Everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. There are also 2 giveaways we'll be doing today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway too. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing today? There are no wrong answers. We're moving. I need to describe the thing about this energy right now that is very intriguing is the fact that we're working through the space of, the best way I can kind of describe it is we've got Venus and Mars in Capricorn right now, and we just moved into Capricorn season. Now, that can, I want it, the best way I can describe the energy is it almost feels incongruous to what we would typically ascribe or expect this energy to feel like. Mars and Venus in Capricorn can feel a lot like getting down to business, right? It's like the space by which it feels, that environment by which we feel very much inclined to want to put a lot of intensity or force of direction into the things that we do, that we care about, that we feel passionate about, but not just the space by which we feel passionate about something, but specifically and particularly upon the ability to articulate upon something that has a lot of meaning to us. Now, on the bright side, I want to describe this type of energy as incredibly productive in terms of relationship, right? We see Mars and Venus in Capricorn. During Capricorn season, it can be a lot about practical conversations related to the things that we care about. It works through the sense, it works through the sense of practicality in a way that just allows for beautiful things to happen. At the same time, I also want to describe it as the type of energy that helps us, I want to say the best thing I can, it helps us move away from things that feel like they are incongruous, that feel like they are discombobulated, that feel like those situations or circumstances that work upon the energetic complexity in such a way that the complexity itself almost like creates a space by which we want to move it further away from the self. So if you're feeling like that, I want you to make sure that you're putting a lot of space and time into care of the self in energy like this, because we're halfway out of retrograde season. Effectively, we talked about the fact that we just went through a very arduous retrograde season, and Jupiter is still in Cancer in retrograde. Uranus is still in Cancer in retrograde. These can create a lot of those moments or circumstances or situations by which we feel really hard on the self, or we get very frustrated, but allowing for that force of intensity to allow us to be able to articulate and define what it is that we're trying to do in a better fashion. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And we're first going to talk about those moon relationships. And the moon relationships were effectively coming together between the time of Mercury, of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the present time that we find ourselves in. Now, we're seeing that there's a lot of the culmination of those moon relationships that are happening right now. And I want to describe these relationships have been they're very beautiful because they're working into the ability to energetically refine. It's the space by which we're able to identify or articulate what it is that we're working on doing better. But not even the space by which we're working on doing it better, because you have to understand that these moon relationships that we've effectively been seeing that have been occurring right now have been coming together for the duration of the retrograde season. They were coming together during that whole time that we had all of these planets in retrograde, and that ability of just effectively working through things, allowing for the context of just being able to energetically smooth something out or working into the space of energetic refinement. It's the refinement of the self, the granularity of the self that allows for the capacity of breakthrough things to happen, right? The modality of the work that we do in relationship to effectively articulate and identify how to effectively do something in the best way. Now, even in these contexts, I would not be surprised if a lot of these relationships that have been coming together have been going through a lot of hurdles, potentially working through scheduling difficulties, working through miscommunication, potentially even experiencing modalities by which they were feeling a lot of triggers from the past rising up. But in the experience or in the modality by which we work through the past, right, being able to effectively resolve through something in order to be able to identify, refine, and do something better, we see that a lot of these relationships are recognizing the easement by which they work to effectively resolve energetic conflict between them, right? It's the identification point of how easy it can be when one is working towards ease as the prioritization point. Now, we see that for a lot of those energies in solitude right now, there are three different modalities that are potentially occurring. We've got energy in solitude that is either working through and healing in relationality to the observation that healthy relationship does not require us to be perfect. It requires the sensitivity or the ability to effectively identify and refine upon something that we're working on doing in a better way. So there may be time right now where there's a lot of deep catharsis that's happening right now for energy in solitude, working upon the easement point or feeling that sense of care within the self, the compassion that they're giving to the self as it relates to the identification of what it is that they're working on doing in a better way. We also see potentially that there are new relationships that are moving deeper into partnership. And a lot of those relationships that are moving into partnership right now are articulated and identified with that capability, right? It's not the fact that things are always energetically smooth between them, but that ability of effectively refining through, right? Like constantly working into the space of doing something in a better way. We see that a lot of those energies, right, are working into that, like they're working into that modality. And the gift that we keep on seeing in a lot of those relationships that are happening there have to do with that sense. I keep wondering, like, have to do with the sensitivity in relationality to working towards that positive resolution. And so even in the space by which the energy understands that refinement allows for resolution, right, the possibility of anything that becomes possible because of the work that we do to energetically refine the self, we see that a lot of those relationships are potentially taking this moment to feel that sense of energetic empowerment as it relates to what they've been working on energetically restoring, both upon the self and on the space of being able to see how far they've come in such a short time in the context of relationship. Now, this brings us to the fact that there may be some energy right now that is in solitude that's going through all of those experiences as once. And I will admit that in the modality by which we see a lot of this energy, there may be separations that are occurring. And the separations that we're effectively identifying that we're seeing during this time have to do with healing upon what the meaning of hyperbole is. What is the energetic meaning of hyperbole? Those modalities or those experiences by which we implement or articulate upon a change, right? The word itself is hyperbolic. It's an onomatopoetic word. The modality by which we work on something and then we're able to improve upon it just as easily. We just keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, that ability to effectively refine and articulate, to work through those things in such a direction is allowing for a lot of those sensitivities or a lot of those abilities of helping to heal heal in relationality to the space of communicating with counterpart. What hyperbole is not is those modalities or experiences by which we separate or we move away from something for a long period of time, and then we try to articulate that we've effectively been hyperbolic, but it's not the hyperbole that's occurred so much as the space by which we ourselves have recognized that we have changed. So if these are situations or circumstances wherein there was energy that had to move into separation in order to potentially heal a relationship, and instead in the modality by which another person comes back, they don't articulate upon the fact of taking the energetic accountability point, but rather talking into the space of effectively having been hyperbolic. We just see that a lot of these relationships are potentially having conversations upon the fact that hyperbole, like true hyperbole, doesn't have a span of distance in the modality by which one is hyperbolic. It's something that one articulates and one pulls back upon just as quickly, not something that requires a long period of time. So we see even now that for a lot of those relationships, being able to heal from situations of those nature is what is allowing them to effectively identify and work towards what they're seeing as it relates to healthy relationship. Now, that brings us to those temperance relationships. And those temperance relationships were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period that we had over this summer. And for a lot of these relationships, what we were effectively identifying, the prioritization point of these partnerships was the mutual energy that effectively pays off in big ways, right? Everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. For a lot of these relationships, those modalities or experiences by which they're working through things, and one of the hard things that we've been going through right now is, and I'm going to keep on saying this, it's not the fact that we're going through a Venus in retrograde cycle. I'm going to keep on articulating the fact that we're not technically going through a Venus in retrograde cycle, but the way I'm reading into this energy, the closest approximation that you potentially have to a Venus in retrograde cycle is Venus kind of tucked square between Mars and Mercury, right? It can create those modalities or experiences by which we look at ourselves in too hard a way, right? We're perceiving ourselves, but we're not having a very gentle, there's not a lot of gentleness in relationality to the perception of the self when Venus is sitting between Mars and Mercury. And further, those could be those modalities or experiences by which you're looking at the self too harshly, or you're getting mad at yourself for the speed by which something is energetically happening, or something that you're working to try to do is occurring. So if you're feeling that right now, I want you to make sure that you're navigating it with a sense of compassion, because what we effectively see with a lot of those relationships is that ability or experience to be able to articulate or define, to work upon something better. But not only to work upon something better, but being able to effectively have the compassion towards the self. What we see that's happening with counterpart is acting as the energetic clear mirror, giving someone a sense of energetic proportionality or clarity that allows things to be possible. So it might be a little bit frustrating right now, given the fact that we're experiencing that. But for a lot of those relationships, it's just kind of working through. And I keep on getting sometimes those experiences by which we work through energy like this, it's the space by which we feel like we're being hard on ourselves, but we're not seeing ourselves clearly. And that's where good counterpart partnership can help us be able to kind of get a better sense of what it is that we're aspiring to do. But not only having a better sense of what we're aspiring to do, how we are aspiring to do it better. So we see even there that there could be a lot of that work that we see that's happening in relationality stabilization. Now, this brings us to the magician relationships. And those magician relationships were coming together between the time of the solstice period that we had over this summer up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune, which was happening around March. These relationships, the prioritization point was the authenticity of the self that acts as a beacon to bring us towards healthy counterpart energy relationship. For a lot of these experiences or a lot of these situations that work to effectively identify or refine, to work upon something better, we just keep on seeing that a lot of those energies are they're finding stability in partnership like they never have before. They're feeling energetically stable in a way that they never had before. But that modality of working through something that is allowing them to effectively see with a point of clarity, if these are modalities by which they feel the amplification of never feeling better, but in the modality by which another person is working through the fact that it seems like it's bringing unresolved issues up outside of relationship, we just keep on seeing that some of those situations or circumstances, it's hard because it's almost the space by which they're experiencing trauma. They're experiencing the trauma of moving into healthy counterpart connection, right? It's the observation of them experiencing trauma because of the fact that they're moving into healthy counterpart connection. But that's why I keep on seeing that they're working through the fact that it's a healing journey, because it's the observation or experience that if we're in something that feels like it's supportive and stable to ourselves, and another person is navigating that with the sense of difficulty or working through the energetic hurdle or the frustration, it's the space by which the energy is allowing logic to help guide their energetic direction, right? It's the space by which they're allowing that logic to help them through it. And a lot of that work in terms of like navigating those logical perspectives, it's frustrating, it's upsetting, but it's also something that they're meeting with a sense of resilience within the self, because it's being able to effectively have that logical based direction that they also see as a part of the counterpart connection. So for a lot of those relationships, I feel like it's potentially having and potentially even building new healthy relationships with those connected to healthy partnership, with the observation of the fact that logic leads to logic, right? It's the sensitivity or the clarification that brings towards us a lot of those robust modalities or a lot of those positive conversations. But I can even see here it's hard because it's potentially working through those unresolved things that often feel like they create confusion, but help us understand and orient in relationality the direction of the trauma that we're working to resolve or heal. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack. If you missed the judgment class that we had last week, it is now available to our paid Stack subscribers, and our next class will be held on Wednesday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the world card. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access as a monthly subscriber to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And if you will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to our Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the library, and you'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post our Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in article form based on the lunation cycles. I also would like to take this opportunity to invite you to a very special retreat that I will be hosting in August. If you are interested in learning more about the tarot and the culture by which it was originally discovered, I would encourage you to join me August 8th through 13th as we travel to Italy to study the tarot, but also to understand the context of the culture by which the tarot was able to find a home where it could flourish and thrive. We will be traveling to Florence, Tuscany, and Rome in our studies, and all those who will participate in that retreat will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. You can head over to my Stack to find more information on that as well. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 4.9K likes today. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. How are you doing today, Dre? Good to see you, Selena. Good vibes. Thank you for liking the live. Always appreciate when you guys like the live. You've been patiently waiting for the live. Welcome, Selena. Grand Rising, good. Good to see you as well. A 4. Yesterday was weird and heavy. Sending you so much support on that journey, Selena. I'm navigating some heavy emotions. We're gonna talk a little bit about it. And that's what I want to keep on stressing to everyone. Okay, I know everybody was really, really, really eager for this retrograde season to reach a culmination point, but it's the order by which the planets are coming out of retrograde that can feel a little incongruous right now. So just make sure that you're navigating those circumstances or situations with a sense of proportionality and compassion for the self and for those around you. It feels like it's a very good way of describing it. You said it feels like the beginning of a retrograde. So that's, you remember how I articulated the fact that we've got the reason you're feeling like that right now, I'm going to guarantee you, is due to the fact that Venus is between Mars and Mercury right now. Right? It's a lot of that. So, hi there, Healing Alchemist. How are you doing? Excellent. Good to see you. And Rainbow, thank you for the follow. Scheduling and miscommunications. It's, again, remember, we've still got a lot of planets in retrograde right now. Augustina, thank you so much for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. How would you know if you're in a moon relationship? That's a great question. So, Selena, some things I would say is, especially if the relationship's been coming together between the time of this fall up until the present, that would be an indication of the lessons that we're working through right now. We also see, I want to describe and that's why these relationships that are coming together right now are so difficult, triggering circumstances. Situations and circumstances that are based upon coincidence that feel very similar to experiences from the past that felt much more intentional, right? The modality of understanding and recognizing the difficulty, like the difference between something that is coincidental versus something that is energetic, intentional. There's a lot of those spaces that we're seeing right now that may feel like they're creating those triggers. We can see that happening a lot with Eris and Chiron, both in retrograde and in such close proximity to one another. Being able to effectively build into the state of giving each other the benefit of the doubt as you're working through a lot of those small, I keep wondering, a lot of those small minute miscommunications, things like that. That's what I meant in terms of the fact that these moon relationships have been coming together right now. They're not easy. They're not easy. They are not easy in any way. It's working through a lot of those, like I told you, it's like the energy that's working to refine upon something, right? But not in the space by taking it personally out on each other, if that makes sense. Absolutely. Grand Rising, Ivana, good to see you today. And Nothing, thank you so much for the heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card today. And Kai, thank you so much for the follow as well. Hi there, Nothing. Ivana, I've been having an interesting morning. I couldn't find, oh no, you couldn't find your keys and then you had to pick up. Oh my God. Well, that's exactly like we're talking a lot about this type of energy right now, right? There's a lot of and I think we're gonna see this. It should get easier. It should get easier when Mercury moves into Capricorn, right? But don't get too hard on yourself if like you feel like you're in an energetic hurry right now, and in the midst of doing something quickly you feel like you energetically forgot something. Like that is exactly the type of energy that we're talking about, that we're seeing right now. Yep, and then I have to pick up the grocery. Yeah, you're at the wrong place. I was in your dream, Chrissy. I was showing you how to fix window shades. Oh, well, I'm happy to read for you on that dream. Again, we do dream interpretations here, so if anyone's interested in getting on the list today, the list is open. We do highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Ivana, good to see you. Did you send the donation? I'm happy to read for you if you sent the donation. I just didn't know. I know we were speaking about it. I just didn't know if you had. Okay, perfect. That's all I need to know. I'll add you to the list, dear. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you'd like to get on the list today, you'll be the second person read for. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need is your name and the date by which you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to it as well. Prior to beginning our daily collective, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, my friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live too, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get why don't we Erin, good to see you, dear. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Beautiful, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, December 26, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our 2 of Swords in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this energy that we're experiencing right now, because one of the things that we're effectively observing is working through, and I need to describe this. I want to describe the positions of where we're seeing things right now, because the energy itself feels incongruous. And when we're talking about incongruity, it's feeling, or it's working through the context of things not necessarily being where they energetically should be placed. Now, the reason that that's important is because the effective the modality by which we kind of like see the shape of the planets right now, we've got all of these really, really dense energetic planets that are still in retrograde. And that's effectively working through Jupiter that's in retrograde in Cancer and Uranus that is in retrograde in Taurus. Now, and we've also got Eris and Chiron that are also still in retrograde. But the thing I want to describe about this is it's and this is what I meant. I know that everybody was really, really eager for the planets to come out of retrograde, but I keep on trying to articulate it's not the fact that the planets need to come out of retrograde. It's the working through the modality or the direction of how they do, right? The position of the planets and the modality by which they release, it can sometimes create more frustration, not less frustration. And we're going to talk a little bit about this right now because Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde can create a lot of energetic sensitivity in relationality to the self, right? Everybody is potentially feeling heightened sensitivity in relationality to the self. It's a lot of that heightened observation of working through that. Now, in the same modality that we're effectively working through that sensitivity, we also have the fact that we've got Uranus in Taurus. And Uranus in Taurus is working through, Uranus and Taurus is working through the perception of the self. It's working through the ability that we have in relationality to how we're trying to do things or how we're trying to go about things, right? Uranus can often create that adaptability point or working into the context of change. Now, I want to stress this because the one thing that we need to kind of be paying very close attention to is when all of the planets were in retrograde, it was the modality of feeling that everybody was feeling that, right? But your Jupiter in Cancer and Uranus in Taurus in retrograde with Eris and Chiron, it can create the feeling of hermit energy, focused entirely upon the self. Okay. It's working into, and it's also working into the context of time, right? It's working through the frustration with time. It's working through the fact that we don't have enough of it. It's working through the space by which, like, we try to be as effective as possible with what we energetically have. So I want you to be kind of conscientious with that right now. And to add to this, right? To add to this same energy of Venus between Mercury and Mars, right? Working into the and I'm going to keep on saying this for as long as I keep on seeing Venus tucked between Mercury and Mars right now. It's not the fact that we're going through a Venus in retrograde cycle. I'm going to keep on saying this. We're not going through a Venus in retrograde cycle. We're not going through a Venus in retrograde cycle. But you would be surprised with this energy because it sure feels like one. And what do we often experience when we're going through Venus and retrograde cycles? The distortion on the perception of the self, right? It's working into the context of feeling those modalities or experiences by which we often feel, right, a distortion in relationality to how we perceive the self. So I want to stress this right now, okay? If you are not feeling good about the self, I want you to make sure that you're talking to others for a sense of clarity, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, you're being too hard on yourself. I don't care who you are right now, you're being too hard on yourself. Everybody's going through this right now. And when we recognize that we're all feeling that energetic distortion in relationality to the self and how we perceive the self, we're able to navigate it with a sense of compassion, okay? Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles, okay? And we're going to start right now by talking about a lot of those moon relationships, recalling that those moon relationships were coming together between the time of between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the present. Can I get one card, please? Center card. We've got here the Chariot energy. So we see even now that this is the culmination of a lot of those moon relationships. Now let's talk a little bit about those relationships. Those relationships going through these experiences, right? We're talking about the space by which this has been the relationship of the constant kerfuffle, right? Having to deal with, like, I keep on hearing absolutely absurd situations and circumstances, all these like little, I keep on getting like all these little things popping up in the context of the energy trying to build relationship with one another. So I just keep on seeing with a lot of these relationships, you know, the gift that they're finding is their refinement, right? It's not the fact that the situations or circumstances have been ideal for these relationships to come together. But, and I keep on seeing that modality or that ability or that adaptability, being able to kind of go through something with a sense of energetic nuance. I feel like for a lot of those relationships, that observation of effectively, I keep on getting being able to energetically refine upon something, but not just the space by which they're energetically able to refine upon it, but by having compassion for one another along the way. I just keep on getting that these are circumstances or situations by which, I keep on hearing like the space by which they energetically heal is like, and I keep on getting, it's like these are the relationships by which they heal because they don't make, and I want to describe this, they don't make a big deal out of things. You know, like that's the thing about it. It's like that's what's been taking like that's what's been taking so long with these relationships, right? It's like they're giving each other, and because of that, they are the gift of each other's peace. Is what I keep on seeing. They're like giving each other the gift of peace because it's just like when you find, like I keep on getting like when you find the energetic counterpart that prioritizes peace, like the path of peace is found via the energetic refinement. And so even in the modality by which they're like giving each other, like they're giving each other that peace, I feel like the peace that they give is the space by which they're constantly working in a direction of trying to make it energetically easier for one another, right? It's like the gift of effectively like these are relationships. I told you, like these relationships are so smooth. But the reason that they're energetically smooth is because they've been coming together during a prolonged retrograde cycle. Okay. It's like even in the context of that, it's just like, you know what I mean? Like it's and it's moon relationships. So it makes sense that like it's all about energetic smoothness or finesse. So we see that there's a lot of that work there. And a lot of that work, I feel like it's like I feel like it's the energy that kind of works toward, like sees one another as like they see one another as that energetic breath of fresh air, right? Like it's a modality or the experience by which they feel that sense of easement. And even in the modality by which they experience it, they allow for that context of working through or articulating to each other. I feel like this is a lot of that energy that is like I feel like it's almost like the space by which they're articulating to each other the value of the peace that they bring to one another. Because I keep on hearing like they understand, they don't feel like that peace is energetically conditional. It's the space by which they see the fact that the peace that we bring to each other is the amplification of the level or degree of care that we have for one another. And this brings us to those fourth and fifth cards of our 5-card spread, moving back towards the temperance relationships. And you'll remember those temperance relationships were coming together between the time they were coming together between the time of the coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the solstice period that we had this summer. We've got here the 3 of Cups in its upright in combination with the 10 of Cups in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about those energies, because what we see right now with the 3 of Cups and the 10 of Cups in its upright, it is working through, I keep on getting, working through the modality or the experience by which we, how do I describe this? By which we articulate and amplify upon feeling, I keep on getting that that sense of energetic purpose, but not just, I want to say, not just a sense of energetic purpose, working into the context of resilience. And what's hard for a lot of those relationships right now, particularly in relationality to working through resilience, is I feel like, and this is what's hard with those relationships, the Venus between Mercury and Mars right now, in those experiences, I just keep on getting, it's like Mercury between, like, it's working into, like, it's perceiving the self too harshly. Okay. And I'm going to keep on talking about this for those who are going through that right now, because I feel like a lot of it, like, I don't know why, but I feel like there's a heightened sensitivity for those temperance relationships right now, because and I need to stress this if you're feeling this, the sound of perfection is often the space by which we are mad at ourselves because we're not energetically there yet, and we're hard on ourselves in relationality to the direction that we're going towards. Do you understand that is working through the space by which we are identifying the honor that we try to bring forth to things, right? Like those modalities or those experiences by which we articulate and refine upon and work towards something. I just keep on seeing for a lot of those relationships, that ability of potentially, like, I can see the energy almost articulating upon the space by which they hope to do something better. And I can almost hear counterpart articulating and saying, do you realize how, like, that is the sound of you trying to beautify everything that you energetically touch, is what I keep on getting. Like, that's what I hear counterpart saying. Do you realize that that is because your identification of trying to energetically beautify everything that you touch is such that you get hard on the self, that you could not, that you don't do, like, that you get hard on the self in relationality to trying to do something even better, right? There's a lot of that work that we energetically see, that's often what we feel with the Venus, like with the Venus between those two modalities. So for a lot of the energy doing that work, I keep on hearing, like this is the energy that's hard on the self, and the counterpart saying to them, that's because that's where your compassion lies. Like, that's where that's like, that is the sound of you articulating upon the compassion that you're working to bring towards things. So I feel like for a lot of the energy working upon that, or identifying that, or having those experiences by which they articulate it, I just keep on seeing, like, it's the energy, it's almost like the energy trying to articulate to counterpart the fact that the compassion that they bring towards things must also connect to the self as well. Now let's bring that back to those magician relationships, and those magician relationships were effectively coming together. They were coming together between the time they were coming together between the time of the Mercury and the solstice period this summer, up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune, which was around March. Can I get one card to clarify between the Ten of Pentacles in its reversal with the Two of Swords in its reversal? We've got here the Page of Pentacles in its upright. So for a lot of that energy, what do we see here? I feel like for a lot of the energy that we see that's working, I keep on getting a lot of the energy that we see that's working through those modalities or experiences. I just keep on getting that a lot of those relationships are, they're like, I just keep, the energy's building towards, building towards energetically logical, stable approaches to things, is all I keep on seeing. And this is what I mean with that Page of Pentacles energy that is deep within divine union, because I just keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is like, it's a lot of the energy that is working through what feels energetically practical. And a lot of that practicality, and I'm not surprised to see that type of practicality there, particularly with the combination of energy that we identify with both, like the energy that we identify with um, Venus and Mars in Capricorn right now, which is like, and I keep on getting this, when we feel energetically frustrated upon things, I just keep on hearing the conversation of what feels energetically practical or productive guides us towards what feels like it is energetically stabilizing. And I keep on getting that, I feel like there's something about the productivity there that feels like it is energetically like stabilizing, because I keep on getting that productivity is articulated by the sense of being able to effectively, how do I describe this? Like working into the context of helping to energetically work upon something, but in such a way that allows for something that's practical. And I feel like that's really beautiful here, because for a lot of these magician relationships, um, I don't like, I feel like it's interesting. I almost feel like a lot of these magician relationships are healing from the need of others' outside approval in relationality to what they know is energetically effectively good, is what I keep on seeing. And this is what I meant about that maturation point in a lot of those relationships or a lot of those circumstances, because I have to articulate that, like, for a lot of those for a lot of those, remember I keep on saying that those magician relationships are like moving into the modality of like wizening, or coming into wisdom. And the thing about it is wisdom often is experienced in things that we see that hurt us to see, right? Like that's why we call it wisdom. Like we wince when we see it, right? It's like, but it's not often that space by which we wince. It's not because, right? It's not because there's something within us that needs to change. It's something that we observe outside the self. And that's what I keep on getting that's happening right now for a lot of these magician relationships. It's seeing something outside of partnership that hurts to see, but not letting that hurt change how they see things, right? Like that is often, like that is the difference. Like the hard part with receiving wisdom is not allowing bitterness to come in when one observes wisdom. But the modality by which we don't allow wisdom, like the space by which we're able to see something, but we don't allow it to change the quality or condition of our heart space. I feel like that's a lot of the work that we identify or articulate or recognize that is happening in those experiences. And and I feel like I almost hear a lot of that active conversation that's happening in those experiences as they're trying to build towards not only healthy relationship, but relationships outside of partnership that are supportive of the type of work that they're finding within the counterpart connection. This brings us back to those moon relationships. Can I please get clarification between the Two of Swords in its reversal in combination with the Chariot card? We've got here the 10 of Cups in its upright. So we've got double tens out right now. And what do we see right now with the, well, I apologize. I didn't say, I don't know why I said 10. It's a 9. Sorry. Please forgive your tarot reader for misreading the 10 into a 9. But we're gonna talk through that for a minute, because I need to point out this is why, right? We've got, you get a 1 with a 9, and that becomes a 10, right? And so this is what we see that's happening, and this is why those temperance relationships appreciate each other so much, right? Like this is what we do. Like this is what we do in healthy counterpart connection, right? The modality or the experience, like I told you, the energy, like, and remember how I said, it's very funny. It's very funny that I articulated that I saw a 10 there, right? Because this is exactly what's happening in those counterpart connections, right? the energy that gets hard on the self, right? Like the energy that the energy that over scrutinizes the self, and in the modality by which one articulates and defines upon something that one wishes that one could do better, right? What does the healthy counterpart do, right? Navigates the space by which, again, healthy, I keep on hearing, healthy love is not the experience by which we have to be perfect, right? Healthy love is the space by our nines become tens in healthy love, because it's the modality or the experience by which we perseverate upon it, the anxiety by which we have in relationality to hoping or resolving upon the sense of doing better. And those experiences by counterpart that articulates and says, the shape of your love is such that even when it's perfect, you're trying to find a way to perfect it. Right? Like that's like that is the experience that we bring to situations that we love tremendously, right? We energetically agonize upon them. And so I feel like I keep on getting, right? Like that is like, this is what we see with like the Nine of Cups and the Chariot card. It's conversations upon the agony, like the agony of the self by which we aspire to do better, and then the modality by which another energetically resolves or absolves us, because we see the energetic 10 in the 9, right? So we see that there's a lot of that conversation that's happening in terms of those experiences, but even in the modality by which the energy gets too hard on the self, which is what we will experience when we've got Venus tucked between Mars and Mercury, right? You got that energy being like everything's like, it's the energy that articulates upon that easement that we bring to situations. Now, continuing to get clarification between the Chariot card and the Three of Cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Woo! Magician relationships. The Devil card, yeah, let's talk a little bit about the Devil card and its upright. Let's talk a little bit about that Devil card and its upright for these magician relationships, because it has to do, like, this is what I mean with these. And it's like every time I go to talk about the magician relationships, like I have to start through clearing my throat, because the thing about it is, and I need to describe this, like the amplification of love that we bring to things, right? Like the amplification of love that we bring to things is always, it's always the modality or the experience by which I keep on hearing, we work to do something in a way that feels like, I keep wondering, it's the space by which we work to do something in such a way that it allows for the amplification of identifying and recognizing what feels energetically supportive. And I keep on seeing, this is why, like, can I just show, like, this is exactly why this is so hard for these magician relationships, because I literally feel like I can see this energy being like, this is nuts. Like, this is like the energy going, this is nuts, right? Because if this is the energy, if someone's being like I can see some energy right now working into the space of being in a relationship, and someone being like, what's wrong with that person? Why is that person mad at you? And the energy's like, well, it seems to me that they're potentially upset because I'm moving in a healthy direction with energy that supports me, and it's a modality. Like, it's a little bit of like, I keep on seeing these magician relationships are working through experience of being like, make it make sense, right? Like, it's the energy being like, I don't know. It seems like, you know what I mean? It seems to me like why is someone being mad? And this is what happens. Like, if they're working through the understanding that the spiritual journey, like the journey of moving towards the health and support of the self, it's like the space by which we recognize the difference between something that energetically makes sense versus working towards something that feels energetically supportive, like in the modality. I keep on seeing like the energy is like dealing with like the cosmic shrug, which is like the cosmic shrug is like working into the context of understanding that we build into what feels like it's energetically supportive, and we do everything we can in that modality And often, I keep wondering, like, often the experience by which we work through, and I keep on hearing, we meet others' hard feelings with logic and compassion. We meet others' hard feelings, and I keep on, this is what I'm hearing from logician relationships. We meet each other's hard feelings with logic and compassion, and we step no further, is what I keep on hearing, right? We meet each other's feelings with a sense of logic and compassion, and our desire not to step any further is the amplification of our love, right? Because it's the modality by which we welcome the possibility of allowing for something to heal, but not going through the energetic non-necessity of pushing something, but beyond the space by one is able to navigate the logic that we bring towards it. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like there's some energy right now working through those magician relationships that's healing by understanding that the context of being able to hold care for another at an energetic distance, right? Like, that is often what we bring to circumstances or situations, right? It's the space by which our love, and this is what we talk about with holding an energetic standard in relationality to our love. The energetic standard that we hold towards our love is the space by which we navigate it with a sense of reason and proportionality, right? It's the modality by which it's the modality by which we stand and we say with love that we go no further, because that modality of articulating upon the space by which we go no further is the force of intensity by which we bring towards circumstances or situations that allow the context by which something can energetically heal, right? And so I see even now, like, it's interesting because this is the energy that articulates upon the healthy choices that they make for themselves. And even in the healthy choices they make in counterpart connection, right? The healthy choices that energetically fortify, that create a point of energetic stabilization, that in kind, right, allow others the opportunity to energetically meet them there, right? And so for a lot of that energy, I keep on getting, it feels like the relationship itself is a breath of fresh air, right? So the relationship itself is a breath of fresh air because it's the spot by which the possibilities are energetically amplified in relationality to being able to understand what feels fortifying. So I keep on getting it's interesting in the positionality of that card, given the cards we see around it. But this is the effective, like, this is the amplification of the work in terms of how much the energy is working deep within that context of relationship, like the observation of the fact of, I keep wondering, like, the space by which we work to amplify or articulate upon something in such a way that we're allowing for our force of intention to effectively drive our actions in positive, beneficial directions. Continuing to get clarification between our Three of Cups in combination to our Ten of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. We've got the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, I don't mind. Here's the thing about it. An ace is an ace is an ace. I never mind seeing an ace card. I don't even mind seeing an ace card in its reversal. Like, the aces are such that, and honestly, like, Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles in its reversal often asks us to navigate circumstances and situations with a sense of proportionality. It's the modality and the experience by which we're able to energetically amplify upon something, and not just the space by which we work to amplify upon something, but the modality and the experience by which we energetically articulate upon. I keep on hearing, like, the space by which the space by which we work through something that allows, I keep hearing, like, allows for the proportionality of how we effectively, like, allows for the proportionality that becomes its own sense of courtesy, is what I keep on hearing. And moving back into those moon relationships, like, speaking towards those moon relationships, what we effectively identify is I keep on seeing it's the quality and the condition by which the quality and condition by which we articulate upon the gift that we like how we the gift that we are in each other's lives. And I keep on seeing that gift is often most amplified in the space by which we I keep wondering, like, the space by which we ease each other's experiences. And I keep on getting there's no greater gift is what I keep on hearing. When one feels the pressure, I keep on hearing when one feels the pressure of the world that is constantly demanding the gift of a relationship by which we like the gift of a relationship by which we find that we work towards the mutual energetic satisfaction, right? And not only the energetic satisfaction, but the space by which we feel that we don't need to make an energetic big, like the space by which we don't feel the need to make everything, like the modality by which we feel a lot of that intensity, but then we just work towards, right, the space by which we just allow for the context of the easement. I just keep on getting that these are the relationships that like they can heal through anything, right? Right? It doesn't, like, look at this. It doesn't matter what comes towards them. All that matters is how one chooses to effectively navigate it. And so, which with a lot of these, like, that's what I mean. Like, this is what I like looking into these four cards together. This is what I mean about the gift of these moon relationships, because we see here we've got the Page of Pentacles, we've got the Nine of Cups, we've got the Devil card, and we've got the Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. And so that effectively, like, when you read them together, that says that when you apply, like, when you apply the work, right, to any circumstance, right, and you allow for that sense of energetic stabilization to occur, there's nothing, right? There's nothing that can effectively stand in the way, because it's the observation of effectively working through something tirelessly. And that tirelessly that we see here, like, that is, I keep on getting, like, that is the gift that they bring to each other, because it is the space by which they articulate and define upon, right, that having that sense of patience, but not just the, I keep hearing, not just the sense of patience, the sense by which they understand that the things that energetically frustrate us, right, not allowing external frustrations to stand in the way of healthy connection, is what I keep on seeing. So they're really, I keep wondering, there's something really beautiful. And I either see this either in energy in solitude, right? Like, this is the energy that's working in solitude, because I've got three different modalities right now that are occurring for the energy that's in solitude right now, working through these moon relationships. This is energy in solitude that is taking the same perception of the energy that's deep within divine union, because apparently this is an alignment day, right? Because it's the energy that says that the force of our compassion is such that we bring that compassion to situations, but then we don't go any further, right? Right? It's like that's what we articulate by which we hold our compassion with our standards, which is the observation of what is effectively achievable, but not just what is achievable, what is reasonable, right? Achievable and reasonable. We see here that for a lot of those relationships, moving deeper into that, either the energy in solitude that holds compassion towards the reasonable nature by which they approach situations and circumstances. Because when you approach things, and I need to point this out, when you approach things from a space of reasonability, right? When you approach things from a space of reasonability and 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 compassion, if there's something that reacts to reasonability and compassion, then you recognize what needs to be healed, right? And this is why this energy in solitude is taking that into healthy relationship, because they're approaching situations. I either see energy in solitude approaching situations with a sense of measured reason and compassion. And if somebody is reactive in the modality by which we are being reasonable and compassionate, right, that doesn't require us to change. That's an observational point that we notate as we continue further on, like further, right? So this is the energy that is moving through the profound direction of navigating difficult, either difficult new relationships where they're observing and identifying what feels energetically reasonable, but with a sense of proportionality, right? And learning to heal from the illusion of rejection. Because if we navigate a situation with a sense of compassion and reason, and another person is reactive, that isn't rejection, that is energetic protection. Whereas if we are in, like, this is the modality by which I see relationships that are moving deeper into partnership because they identify and they love that part of each other. And I also see here, and we got to talk about this. I feel like I see here, and this is what we can expect. This is what we can expect when Saturn comes out of retrograde, and in Pisces season, right? I keep on seeing some kind of motif by which another person tries to articulate, like, I don't even know where this is coming from. Like somebody trying to articulate that they thought that they were still in partnership with someone, even though they take a break, but we don't take a break in relationship, right? Like the modality by which we talk about breaks, like healthy relationship, there are no breaks, is what I keep on hearing. Healthy relationship is working through, like, you can take, like, and again, this is always comes through, and it's it's because Jupiter is in Cancer, right, because Cancerian energy often teaches us, right, it's okay to require recesses, right, it's okay, like, it's okay, I keep on hearing it's okay to say that one needs a minute, right, it's okay to say that one needs an hour, right, like the modality by which we articulate and refine the fact that we sometimes need, like the identification point of needing something, like needing a moment to energetically compose ourselves, right? It's like that is the definition point, but it's always the space by which we understand that composure points always have an end date, right? It's like there's a it's not an open-ended thing, is what I keep on saying. It's not an open-ended thing. It's not like what, like, like it's something that is definable, that is energetically reasonable. And so that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to, I keep on hearing disambiguations that may be occurring in the modality by which another person left someone completely confused in relationality to energetically moving away from something and returning back, versus the clarification of being able to be very, very specific in relationality towards what it is that we articulate versus what is energetically reasonable to receive back to each other, right? It's the modality by which we articulate upon those moments. It's the space by which we speak towards them that allows the context of something becoming energetically practical. So for a lot of, I keep on getting, like, a lot of these relationships or a lot of these situations working into those, that the context of, and I'm not surprised to see this here, because especially with Venus and Mars in Capricorn, right? That is the space by which we say love is not just a gift, but love is a gift in that it's practical. Practical. It's practical. It's working through the practicality of love, that nourishing love is practical too, right? It's like Venus and Mars goes, it's really romantic being practical. You know what I mean? It's the practicality that we give each other that becomes the energetic gift. So there's a lot of that energy there that we see that is happening in relationality to those modalities or those experiences. Now, continuing to get clarification between our Page of Pentacles in combination with the Nine of Cups and its upright, can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now. Wow, we've got the Two of Swords in its reversal in combination with the two of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the Two of Swords in its reversal with the Two of Wands in its reversal. the Two of Swords in its reversal with the Two of Wands in its reversal, it speaks to us. It speaks to us a lot about the, and we're moving back into those temperance relationships. It's like this is the gift that the temperance relationships are always here, right? These two, like these counterparts, these temperance relationships understand this to their core, is what I keep on getting. This is the energy that articulates upon the significance or the energetic importance that we have. And I keep on seeing what's beautiful about those relationships is it feels to me like the energy effectively resolves upon or works through something to a certain extent that allows for the ability of something to be energetically possible. And I keep on getting, like, especially with these temperance relationships, um, like these temperance relationships are, they're working so hard. Like they're working so hard on the observation of trying to do something that it's almost like I can see this energy that almost says to each other that the gift that they give each other is time, right? Like the modality by which they give each other time. Like I would not be surprised if there's temperance relationships right now that are trying to work upon navigating some feeling of energetic disconnectedness from counterpart, is what I keep on seeing. Because for those relationships, and that's what I meant, we've got Jupiter, like I almost see that Jupiter in retrograde with Uranus in retrograde is the energy, like it's almost the energy that identifies and recognizes that they work in different modalities because they're giving each other, like that is the implementation or application of the love that they give to each other, right? It's not even the space of their presence, right? It's like I keep on hearing for something about the temperance relationships. It's the gift of their non, it's almost like the gift of their non-presence, but I keep on hearing like the gift of their non-presence is effectively the space by which they're working to energetically take care of things so that so that they can give each other some kind of time, there is what I keep on seeing, right? So there's a lot of that energy that we effectively see that's working into that space. And this brings us to and that's what and this brings us to those magician relationships. Clarification between our Nine of Cups in its upright in combination with the Devil card. Come on, one. Woohoo! Wait, really? Okay. There are so many cards that just came out. Hold on. This one goes here and this one goes there. Okay. So the three here, we're going to stick those because they stay over there. Because that makes sense, because those were going to be the energy in solitude right now. So we're going to draw on those three because that is the splitting that's happening right now for energy and solitude. But moving back into the Nine of Cups in its upright with the Devil card, we've got the High Priestess in its reversal. So let's talk about this High Priestess in its reversal. And this is the thing about it right now. I got to describe, the thing with we got to talk a little bit about this High Priestess in its reversal energy, because High Priestess in its reversal energy, particularly in combination with the Chariot, it's working through the observation of, and this is what I'm getting with these magician relationships. It's working through the observation of what occurs when we get too hard on the self, right? Because and this is why I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, and this is what's so hard about these magician relationships, it's not the fact, I keep wondering, love just never asks for absurd things, is what I keep on hearing. Like that's what I keep on hearing. I just keep on getting this for the energy deep, like these are the magician relationships, and this is what's funny about it because they're magician relationships. So it's saying to me that remember that those relationships, they love absurd things. Like this is the energy that when they give each other things, they give each other absurd things. But it's the observation that they're articulating upon the fact that love never asks for absurd things, which is the modality by which we understand that we don't ask for things from each other that feel like they're energetically unreasonable, right? It's not the space by which we energetically ask for things that are energetically unreasonable. But I think it's funny because when I read into these magician relationships, they're very, very quirky. Okay, so they're surrounded by absurd things because they love things that are delightfully absurd, is what I keep on getting. They love things that are delightfully absurd, but they're having a conversation about the fact that love doesn't ask for absurd things from us, right? Because the shape of our trauma, like they only like externalized absurdity, right? Because the shape of trauma being such that they're healing from situations by which they were potentially navigating another person's unreasonableness, right? Like the space by which someone says absurdity outside of the self is delightful. Absurdity inside the self is awful. It's awful. It's awful. It's absolute. Like it's like I keep on hearing absurd. That's what the magician relationships are saying. They're saying absurdity outside the self is delightful. Absurdity within the self is monstrous. That's what I keep on hearing them say. That's what they're articulating. Absurdity outside of the self is delightful. Absurdity inside the self becomes monstrous, right? We work to heal the monstrousness within us by externalizing the absurdity outside of ourselves, right? It's working through the space of the delightful absurdity that we hold, not that we contain within, right? It's okay to hold something absurd because that way you're seeing it, you're not living it, is what I keep getting. So there's a little bit of this like fix your heart kind of energy happening right now in some of those in like conversations in those relationships, right? And that's the thing about it. Like I can see the energy holding pain for something in relationality to what they can't, like to an absurd. I keep hearing they're hurting from an absurdity they can't touch, right? And that's what trauma is, right? I'm hurting from an absurdity I can't touch. I can't affect someone else's heart space, right? And that's why I see a lot of the energy trying to work towards like working into the space of energetically healing from something. But even in the modality by which they're working to heal, it's like I keep on getting it's the sense of space and relationality to navigating situations with a sense of reason and proportionality. Continuing to get clarification between our devil card and its upright in combination with our ace of pentacles in its reversal. We've got the nine of wands in its reversal, the three of swords in its reversal, and the magician card in its reversal. So we've got a lot of that energy there. And I keep on seeing, and this is what I see that's happening right now for the energy in solitude. We've got three different modalities that's happening right now for the energy. I keep on getting for the energy that's in solitude. So we've got, this is confirmation that we're reaching the closure point of a lot of those moon relationships. And let's talk a little bit about what we're energetically seeing there. And I keep on getting something about those situations and circumstances that I keep hearing feel very energetically restorative is what I keep on seeing. So let's work through that a little bit because and I'm going to walk you guys through the three different phases that we see. And I'm going to tell you right now, some energy is going through all of it at once. If you're going through all of it at once, I'm giving you a hug somewhere. Okay, giving you a hug. Okay. Because I've got some energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. And the gift they're effectively articulating to each other is how much peace they're literally saying to each other. They're saying to each other, you are my peace. They're saying you are my peace. And when they say you are my peace, they actually mean I love you. Because they're saying I love you. Because it is the work that they energetically do to facilitate that feeling of peace, right? The ease that they bring to each other in relationality to just moving through something in such a space by which we care about each other, in the modality by which we work to create peace for one another. So I see that there's a lot of that energy that effectively is working through those modalities or experiences. And even in the space by which they're working to energetically resolve that, like I just keep on seeing that there's something really, I keep wondering there's something really energetically beautiful there, but not, I keep wondering, not just beautiful, it's the energy that articulates to each other. Like I keep on seeing in a world, I keep hearing, in a world that often, and this is what we sometimes experience with like Jupiter and Cancer, in a world by which it often, and this is what I hear the energy saying, in a world by which it often feels that energy is just looking for a reason, right? In a world that often feels like it is often just looking for a reason to let out energetic aggression upon one another. The modality to be able to find a counterpart that is always working to absolve that from within so their love feels like love without. I keep on seeing that that is the energy that almost says to one another, thank you. Like, thank you, thank you. Thank you for creating that space. Thank you for observing that. Thank you for the like, thank you for being that. Thank you for being that space. And I keep on getting, for a lot of the energy, it's hard because I can see the energy like almost finding a hard time talking to each other about like how, and I keep hearing it's the patience that brings peace with it, right? It's not the fact that things have been perfect, but the fact that they've been patient with each other during a lot of those frustrations that they've been having in relationality, trying to come together. Now, I also see here relationships where another person is basically saying, you've come back, you didn't come back with you didn't come back with peace, you came back with emotions, right? This is what's hard in relationality. Like we've had this happen a few times before, when we've had Pisces, when we've had Saturn, and when we get Saturn and blah blah blah. Why am I blanking? Neptune. Sorry, when we get Saturn and Neptune, that are both in. But that's what I mean in terms of like Saturn and Neptune, both stationing direct in Pisces, is working into the context of understanding that our feelings don't heal anything. But those who are not good at sharing their feelings have this like misunderstanding in their heads that makes one feel, that says to the self, oh, it's okay, I can fix that, I just need to bring my feelings to it and it'll fix. Nothing has ever been fixed with feelings. Feelings only fix things if there's directions attached to the feelings. The modality or the circumstance by which we articulate our feelings that have a directions attached to them, that's when our feelings become like it's a two-part system. It's a two-part system. It's a two-part system. If you don't have the emotions connected to the feelings, and you go around giving feelings to everything, the feelings often break stuff. You'd be surprised. You'd be like, yeah, I brought some feelings. Oh, now it's broken, right? You have to have the energy, you have to have the directions. And so that's why I keep on seeing there may be some conflict. There may be some energetic conflict that's arriving in the modality of someone trying to come back towards another person, right? And being like, I'm ready to share feelings, being like, you're supposed to always be, you're supposed to, you're supposed to always be in that modality. You're supposed to always be like that. The feelings, like the modality of saying I'm ready to share them, being like the experience by which we understand that it doesn't, it needs to be, it's not enough, right? And so I can see even now the energy, like the energy working through like those modalities or experiences. But even I can remember, even in the modality by which they're working through that, it's the observation of what effectively allows the space of being able to energetically heal upon something. And I keep on getting like even in the experience by which they articulate upon their healing, I keep on seeing that it's working into the space of them working to energetically protect their heart space more. And that brings us to some energy right now that's working on both of those things at the same time. Potentially situations or circumstances by which energy is effectively, I keep wondering, energy is effectively articulating to each other how how they energetically, like how they feel about things, but not just the space. I keep on seeing like it's working into the context of the energy in solitude, being able to have a practical, I keep wondering, like having a practical conversation to a certain extent in relationality to working through those, and like I keep wondering, like working through it, and that's what I meant. If energy is going through both of those things at the same time, right? Literally a situation where another person has been actively working in terms of healthy partnership, seeing how easy it can be to heal through difficulty, right? And in the same experience by which they've been working to heal through difficulty, another person coming, articulating or trying to come back and being like, I'm ready to, I'm ready to like effectively energetically express upon the space by which I'm ready to have a conversation about it. Like I can almost see energy articulating to another person being like, while you've been like building into the context of talking about something, they've been actively working through, like they've been actively working through or resolving things with another person. Like they're doing it, like it doesn't, I keep on hearing it shouldn't, right? It's like I keep on hearing it shouldn't create like it's the understanding or the energetic resilience that we bring to things that allow things to be energetically possible. So I keep on getting here, there's a lot of catharsis that's happening, and potentially even healthy conversations in relationality to even situations that are moving towards like moving towards separation, because I keep on seeing like even in the space by which the separation is being articulated or defined, it's working through it's working through the energetic reason that we bring towards things. But even in the space by which they're articulating reason, it's the energy that's able to identify and articulate upon their feelings, or or feeling, like I keep on hearing, like trying to work through the energetic distant that they feel in those experiences that potentially occurs when they try to talk about their feelings, is what I keep on getting. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Wands in its reversal with the High Priestess in its reversal. One card to clarify. We've got the Hermit card. I'm not surprised to see it there, given all the cards that we're seeing right now. And this is just your daily reminder. This is just your daily reminder that we are halfway out. We're halfway out of the retrograde season. We've still got some planets in retrograde right now, and the planets that are retrograde will definitely affect your sensitivity. So make sure you're not being extra sensitive about something that usually would not be a big energetic deal. Is what I keep on seeing. Because it's like it's working into, like it's working through that. And I want to describe this, right? Our emotions, our emotions, our emotions are not something we need to energetically get rid of. And I keep on seeing like the space by which, like, and I keep on like there's a lot of this space that we see that potentially is working through the space of our feelings. And it's a reminder that everything we have is a gift. Every single thing within us is a gift. And even the parts of the self that one feels like one would rather move away from, right? When we start to look at ourselves more and saying, what if I tried to embrace that, right? And it's not the space. And that doesn't mean that there aren't things within us that we work to resolve and heal. But the modality by which, like the modality by which we face difficulty, right? And I want to describe this, like the space by which we embrace difficulty and we say, what if I embrace that? Like that is often what we talk about when we speak towards healing. Like that's what we mean by shadow work, right? It's not the space by which we say that everything is energetically okay. It's the space by which we try to understand why it's not, right? It's the space by which we work through hard feelings within ourselves. It's the space by which we understand and recognize that our own sense of our feelings of frustration and confusion can often light the way when we're ready to face them with a sense of compassion, but also with a deep understanding of our own energetic standards that help us to guide us through difficult energetic circumstances. And I feel like that's what we're effectively seeing that's happening right now with a lot of this energy. And we've got a lot of energy that's still in retrograde, and we've got a lot of energy that feels like it's coming out of retrograde. And the word I want to bring forth in terms of reading through this, and this is happening across all the retrograde, the lessons through partnership right now, is proportionality, right? It's the modality by which we understand the energetic, like it's the modality by which we work to understand things better. And I feel like that is effectively what we're effectively articulating or identifying that's happening right now. And I feel like even in those modalities or experiences, um, like working into the context of what feels significant and important, it's often the direction by which we're able to speak towards things in such a way that it helps us build into that sense of directionality. And a lot of I want to point out, the space by which we identify that can often speak with the force of intention in terms of the work that we're trying to do. And I keep on moving back towards those temperance relationships. I just keep on seeing, like, that's the hard thing with a lot of these temperance relationships that's happening right now, is I can almost see the energy that is like working through like the perception of the self that feels like hard, it feels rigid, it feels like the energy that often wants to give up on the self. But I keep on hearing like the temperance relationships that articulate and say you don't perceive yourself right, like the perception, like the perception of trying to do something energetically perfectly, but in the modality by which one gets upset at oneself because you're not aspiring. Like the difference, I keep on hearing the energy, the temperance relationship saying, are you upset at yourself because are you upset at yourself because you're not doing something that you would desire to do? Or are you upset at yourself because you're not aspiring right? Because aspiring, like that's the thing about aspiring, right? It's always the space by which we feel that there's something we could be doing better, right? It's the modality by which we're effectively trying to do something. And I keep on hearing like these are aspiring, like aspirational problems. I keep on hearing aspirational problems are the best problem because it's the amplification of the energy that effectively identifies or articulates upon like what they're effectively trying to do better, but what they're having a hard time, like it's working through the sense of the self is what I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification between that high priestess and its reversal with the 9 of wands in its upright, the 3 of swords in its reversal, and the magician card in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. We've got the Queen of Cups here. And this brings us to those magician relationships. And I keep on seeing the magician relationships right now. And I need to point this out. Like this is energy that's in deep alignment, right? And I feel like what's beautiful about those relationships is, and I love to see these two cards together because it's the energy that's effectively working towards something. But I keep on hearing working towards something in such a way that one is able to articulate and identify the the sense of energetic proportionality by which they're working to heal versus observing another person's feelings upon their healing journey is what I keep on getting. And I keep on hearing like our healing journeys, should never hurt each other. Is what I keep on hearing. Right? And often I keep on saying often the space by which we hold compassion in relationality to others, like having, like I keep on hearing like the magician relationships having navigating unresolved feelings in relationality to their healing journeys, right? And that's what I keep on hearing with the unresolved feelings in relationality to their healing journey, which is the observation that the sense or the space by which we feel that sense of like compassion for one another is often amplified or articulated by the feeling of love that we bring forth to things. And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, that observation of that work is what is helping them in terms of fortifying their own intentions, because I see the energy that articulates upon the energetic standard by which they work to express their love, but not like, and that's why we talk about healthy love has a standard, which is the standard of love that puts their, like, healthy love articulates upon something and energetically goes no further in relationality to like the healing, because I keep on hearing healthy energy does not require us to do absurd things, right? It's the observation that that gift that we give to one another is being able to see our force of intention, being able to identify and recognize it. Not I keep on hearing like not the space, like not the space by which we amplify or articulate like the energetic. I keep on hearing like not the space, like we don't need to effectively bend backwards for each other when we don't have to bend backwards over backwards for each other when we're lending, like when we're lending each other energetic assistance, right? And often I keep on hearing like the modality by which we articulate the feeling of bending over backwards is often more about working through the healing within ourselves, because it's the observation that we're energetically patient towards situations and circumstances that recognize or acknowledge that they're finding our patience there. So there's it's like saying to me that there's something important that the magician relationships are working through as it relates to lessons related to elegance. Continuing to get clarification between the Hermit card and the Queen of Cups, final card for today's spread, we've got the Five of Swords in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Five of Swords energy. The Five of Swords in its upright, the Five of Swords in its upright is working into the context of the past, right? And the context of the past, and this is what we talk about, you know, the observation that every moment is an opportunity that we bring for everything to become energetically exceptional, right? Like every opportunity is effectively is the moment of effective arrival in terms of like every moment. When we look at every moment as a moment of arrival, it allows us to depart from situations and circumstances that feel that they are energetically, I keep on hearing like that often create those modalities by which we energetically harbor things, right? And the modality by which we energetically harbor things is often the observation of the limitation, right? Because you can't energetically innovate upon something if you're constantly harboring upon it. It's the modality by which we work to energetically resolve any hard feelings within us that allow new experiences to come towards us. And I keep on seeing it for a lot of the energy right now, particularly and especially, and this is something that's happening across the frequencies. The modality or the experience of working through, and I'm just going to get back into those energies that are in solitude right now, like the modality or the experience by which we energetically work to resolve upon something. It's often conditional in terms of being able to have an energetic sense of purpose is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the modality of feeling or working towards something with a sense of purpose. And that's the thing. When we're harboring something, our purpose becomes harboring it, right? We've all had those moments. We've all been working through energetic resentment, right? Like the modality by which we hold on to a resentment and we allow it to effectively define our purpose, it erases anything that we're energetically working on trying to achieve or do. And so that's what I keep on hearing that's happening right now for a lot of the energy, and just moving through all of the frequency, because I keep on getting that for the energy in solitude, if these are modalities by which one feels connected to the past, like having a hard time letting go of something, like what is the resolution point, right? Having your hands full of present. right? It's not going back. And this is often we talk about the illusion of closure. Like closure does not exist, right? Often a need to desire closure is a desire to go backwards, right? The space by which another person potentially articulates the desire for closure is not necessarily the closure itself, so much as a desire to effectively return back to something. So that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to a lot of energy right now, healing from trauma. And that's a problem. Trauma is open-ended. Our trauma is perpetually open-ended. If it wasn't open-ended, it would not be trauma. Okay, it would not be if it was not open-ended, it would not be trauma, right? Like trauma is often the space by which you look at something and be like, it didn't make any sense. Still don't make any sense. I guarantee you, 100 years will go by, won't make any sense. You know why? Because trauma is absurd. Trauma is absurd. It's open-ended. It makes no sense. If it did not, and often you try to march back into trauma to get clarification. And what do you find there? More trauma. Okay? You find more trauma. You cannot go into a traumatic situation with logic. Okay? Logic doesn't make sense in a trauma situation. The whole point, okay, the whole point is it doesn't make sense. The sooner you realize that, the easier things get, because it's a modality or the experience of understanding, the modality and experience by which you look at trauma and you go, it doesn't make any, I found it, right? It's a modality by which we work through something and we're able to energetically resolve upon it, that we're able to start to heal from it, right? And it's hard because our minds are such that we always want to find a reason why, right? And the modality of understanding that the ego, and this is why we work to make sure our egos are in a healthy place, because the ego, an unhealthy ego, will ask for absurd things, right? So you've got the modality of working through the energetic absurdity of something, and then you recognize the fact that an unhealed ego will ask for absurd things, and you recognize and identify what one is working to let go upon, what one is working to energetically heal, versus what we're effectively working to do better in a different fashion. And I keep on seeing this right now because I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy, it's like I keep wondering, like a lot of that energy working through things in such a way that it allows for the sense of like reason is the greatest gift that we give to each other, because that sense of reason is the ease by which we're able to effectively identify and recognize what it is that we're trying to do, and not just what it is we're trying to do, the way that we're trying to do it. So I feel like for a lot of energy right now, like it's hard because this type of energy can often make us feel really, really sensitive and feel very, very vulnerable, particularly and especially in relationality to the trauma that we, like the past. But when we're able to see the space by which we recognize or identify the full breath, when we look at that and say like, wow, like that was painful, like that really effectively hurt, that allows us to effectively be able to resolve upon what it is that we're trying to do better, right? Versus what it is that we often feel like we have to carry within us, because some trauma we can't let go of, right? Some trauma, like we carry with us and we wish we could let it go. But the observation of being able to understand that and to be able to not let it shape us or inform us is the condition by which we're able to meet the world around us with the possibility of what we could see that is better. And so I feel like that's something that's happening across all of the frequencies. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Ace of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about the Ace of Wands and its reversal, because the Ace of Wands in its reversal speaks to us, and I'm just going to remind you too. I'm going to keep on reminding you, as Venus is stuck between Mercury and Mars right now. Venus between Mercury and Mars is the feeling of getting very, very reminiscent upon the past and the feelings that things don't look pretty going forward. Okay? That is the energetic feeling that we often have in relationality to Venus stuck between Mercury behind and Mars before, right? It's getting mad at the self in relationality to where you effectively are and feeling the anxiety about what it is that is ahead of you. All right, you are exactly where you need to be. And every moment is an opportunity of new possibilities. I want you to let that kind of help you navigate those modalities. And in the space by which we understand and recognize that, allows us to be able to feel energetically fortified in terms of what it is that we're trying to do. So make sure, I keep on saying, like, make sure that you work towards that, and let it, like I keep on hearing, like, let it define your purpose. Don't get upset in relationality to, like I keep on hearing, like the observation that this energy feels a lot like a Venus retrograde is often the modality by which we feel the context of ourselves that feels like it's energetically distorted. When we see the distortions in others, we navigate the fact that that is a projection. And when we're working on it within ourselves, we always let it fortify our own personal sense of direction. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you'd like to book a personal reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and ask and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who participated in our recent class on the judgment card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You'll also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the materials are there for you to receive as you're ready to receive them. You'll also have access to if you become a founding member, not only will you have a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which will let you know about my will give you energetic updates on what we've been seeing based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we had that was very much like a full moon. I also want to let you guys know that I also want to invite you to head over to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. We will be studying the tarot in the birthplace or the cradle by which the tarot was first discovered. I'd like to invite you to join me August 8th through the 13th on a tour of Tuscany, Rome, and Florence, where we will be learning to sharpen. We will be working on our tarot skills while also studying the culture and understanding the context of the locationality that allowed the tarot to find a home where it was able to flourish and thrive. If you'd like to find out more information about that retreat, you can also find it over on my stack. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused upon each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations, good vibes. You got the highest gifter for today. You will be having that reading. You'll be the third person read for. And congratulations to Nikki. You came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list for today, it is open. You'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you so much, Addie. Happy holidays to you as well. Peace is a gift. Tap to claim. Hi there, Torta. How are you doing today? You just like to, I appreciate, Torta, that's your opinion. But again, I need to point out, you decided to come into my, my space. I mean, there are lots of other places that you could effectively be. And again, I think the fact that of all the choices that you could make today, the fact that you felt like you had to come in and project that, I hope you find the healing that you seek. And obviously there's something here that you need. I've got a very simple rule, which is you can stay in this space as long as you're kind to those that are here. So I hope that you are healing. I hope you're able to heal from whatever's creating that anger within you. How are you doing today, Bridget? Good to see you. And thank you for those heart me's, dear. Guys, please remember, recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. Selena, anytime I see the 3 of Cups, I'm like, ooh, you're having too much fun over there. What's going on? I mean, the funny thing is, like, the 3 of Cups, I need to point this out. And I'm actually really excited when we get into the studying of the 3 cards for the tarot, because and again, Pamela Coleman Smith was a real genius when it came to their ability to create the way the cards look. It's a triggering card. We're gonna talk a bit about why the card itself may feel like it's energetically triggering in the way that it was designed. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for confirmation, Selena and BB. The break part. Oh my God, thank you, Selena. Beep. I keep forgetting we're still in I know we still are. And some big planets are still in retrograde. I need to point this out. I mean, listen, I wouldn't really describe this now as a season because a majority of the planets are now out of retrograde, but it's still something to be energetically wary about. If we communicate about it, it's a break. Again, and I need to point this out, like the space by which, and I think that you've secured that, Selena. If you identify an amount of time that is needed, right? If it's a condition, if it's an amount of time, like that is a break. Breaks are not open-ended. Yeah, exactly. I need a break from Bridget. I'm sending you so much support, dear. Absolutely. And thank you as well, Good. Yes, absolutely. How are you doing today? And presence. Yeah, it's a lot of Virgo energy. It's a good point. Yeah, 222, top to claim. What is I like that. I like that perception, Rihanna. I mean, and I think that again, like we're like all we can do is everything that we can do. Right? I'm not a big fan of the aspiration of saying that the higher that something will be brought to us. I like to point out that we help the higher self by moving in the direction of what we know is energetically for us. Right? Like, absolutely. Thank you, Rihanna. Exactly. A gift of space. Sending you support, dear. Yes, working in different modalities, giving things time, enriches relationships. Beautifully said, Trishina. Love does not ask for absurd things. Yes, that's how it feels. We're quirky. Yes, delightfully absurd. Exactly. My partner's definitely delightfully absurd. Tap to claim. Grand Rising, Esteban. Yeah, partners today. Good to see you today, BB. Hope you're having a good one. Welcome, Trishina. Grand Rising, good vibes. And thank you as well, restorative and recalibration. How are you doing today, Bridget? Bridget, I'm sending you so much support on your journey right now. You got this. You got this. Okay. How are you doing? Yes. You are my peace, and we say love, love, love each other's play on the playground. Beautifully said, Trishina. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And Susie, thank you for the heart me's. Oh, I love you. You're lucky it keeps filtering me. Funny. How are you doing today, Chrissy? Yes, ST, I've got you on the list for today. You'll be the second person read for. Yep. Feelings aren't facts, but dang, they sure feel like it. But here's the thing, like feelings can guide us to factual, like feelings can guide us to factual determination points, right? Hi there, Beep. This reading is so on point. Another gift of solstice. You're so welcome, Trishina. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I do my best. Sending you support, Rihanna. Absolutely. And thank you as well, Tanya. And thank you so much. I'm giving someone space to process and understand their energy, sending you support on that journey. And Tanya, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. How are you doing today, Mana? Grand Rising, Susie. Then it's we, but yes, it's you too. Well, and I like to point that out. I've already articulated. It's not that everything is perfect right now, but it's working towards what feels energetically supportive or healthy. I want to be free from the retrograde. Well, we're getting there, Beep. Just be patient right now. You know, I mean, I need to point out, there's usually, like, I would say we're kind of out of retrograde season right now. There's typically always a few planets in retrograde. The hard part is the planets we currently have in retrograde can create a lot of hypersensitivity, particularly around or surrounding the self. So just be conscientious about that. Yep. Retrograde's got me on a hamster wheel. Sending you support on that journey, Selena. As neurodivergent, we have so many feelings. Well, and I need to point this out. I like to stress often, I feel like those who are often neurodivergent have a deep connection to others' feelings as well, right? It can sometimes be very hard because you're extra sensitive, not just to your own feelings, but to the feelings that others may carry around something, right? So it's hard, right? Because it's working into spaces like navigating circumstances with a sense of empathy and compassion, but also compassion for the self, you know? Absolutely. Energetic proportions. Thank you, Trishina. Thank you as well, Lauren. And yes, Esteban, the list is open, dear. Yep. Oh, sending you support, BB. Yep. Hey there. All right. And thank you, Lauren, for the follow. Hi there, Molly. How are you doing today? Michelle, welcome. Oh, I hope you're having a good day too. Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation. It would be trauma. Exactly. We're both delightfully absurd. Exactly. Thank you as well for confirmation, BB. Yep. They say everything happens for a reason. Trauma has no reason. It wasn't supposed to happen. You know, listen, I'm really not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of that, right? I'm not a big fan of the perception that everything happens for a reason, right? I feel I feel like the space by which we understand that unreasonable things happen to us, and I like to point this out, like our gift is the gift by which we don't create unreasonable trauma for each other, right? Like I don't think that I'm not a big fan of the space by which we say everything happens for a reason, because there are those who've been truly traumatized. There are those who've had very awful things happen to them. So we don't want to be in modalities by which we try to diminish somebody's like experience or pain by saying to them, well, you know, that was supposed to happen to you. But the space by which we're able to release trauma and do better allows for the future to be exceptional, right? Instead of energetically repetitive of what we ourselves experienced. Yep, absolutely. Beautifully stated. Yes. Oh, I thank you, Rihanna. I'm glad you found it so. All trauma stays with us. It never makes sense because it wasn't supposed to happen. Tap to claim, Michelle. You're so welcome. You have a great, thank you as well. Good for being here and being a part of this collective. Thank you as well, Trishina. Absolutely. Thank you. You're so welcome, Nikki. Absolutely. Well, we'd love to have you there, dear, if you'd like to come. Yep. I can read the list, Esty. So the list that we have right now is Ivana, ST, and Good Vibes. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. How are you doing today, Julia? Welcome. Yes. Excellent. Hi, Per. Good to see you today. And thank you for reposting, BB. I rang my masculine halfway through the break on October, poured my heart out. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Hi, Per. Survival of Christmas group. Sending you support, Per. I hope you're having a good one. Energy and solitude, floating around the best I can. Sending you support, Beep. You're so welcome, Bridget. Have a great day, dear. Excellent. I'll potentially see you soon. Yes, thank you for holding space. Thank you guys for being a part of the space that we hold here. And you're so welcome, Good. Hi there, Julia. Good to see you today. Oh, Rihanna, sending you so much support on that journey. I'm glad that you're here and sharing space with us. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for, the first person we're reading for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Heather, I'm not sure if I do. So, let me post here. Let me post here the spaces. Hold on a minute. Okay, perfect. Excellent. There we go. Okay. Great. You have a great day, Bridget. All right, the first person we're reading for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific? Second call for Ivana. Second call for Ivana. Oh, I see you, dear. Yep, I got you. Okay. Yep. I got you, dear. Okay, can I please get... And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And Ivana, we've got here continuation and guidance. Yep, through the 1 card. I got you, dear. All right. There it is. Here's this deck. And also, friends, please remember we're at 32.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure. That is so many cards. So big. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Of course it is. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Thank you, Nicole, for getting on the list. All right, and you'll be read for, absolutely. Thank you. And they're okay, and they're all count delivered. There are so many here. Give me a minute. I got to go through. Okay. Oh, Lordy, Lord. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay. And this is just goes to show, because there was a 1 card before, and now we've got all of them out. Whew. Yep, I got it. 1 sec. I just got to go through this for a minute. Hold on. So many. It's okay. Hold on a minute. Okay, got them all out. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta figure out, I gotta make sense of this. Bear with me a minute. Yep. Wow. hmm Okay, so I feel like there's something, so I want to kind of walk you through what I'm seeing here. And it's interesting too, because, and the message is coming through. It feels very much related to something ancestral. And I keep on, and it's interesting as well because it's effectively articulating upon the fact that I would not be surprised if you often find yourself right now working towards the context of inadvertently triggering those around you right now, is what I keep on seeing. Because there's something really, I've got here a very strong message from this particular, from this particular guide that is speaking towards the understanding of what it takes to energetically resolve things. And it's funny too, because it's almost, it's I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something there, but the inclination to energetically walk away from something that is really frustrating is what I keep on seeing. Like the desire to energetically, and I wouldn't be surprised if you've got some kind of tendency of doing this, is what I keep on. This energy usually shows up when it's a plea for someone to be energetically diplomatic. And the thing about being diplomatic is working through when one needs to be an energetic diplomat, it's often the space by which you have to navigate a circumstance or situation by which you're experiencing absurdity, but you're not allowing, like, you're not allowing the absurdity to create the space by which you articulate that. And it's kind of funny because it feels very counter to what I just read for, but that's why I feel like it's coming through from an angelic guide. Our first inclination when we're working through something that is energetically absurd is to effectively just want to resolve ourselves to moving away from it, and allowing the space by which we say, I'm done with it. But I feel like there's something really important there in terms of you having, I keep on hearing, having some sort of energetic gift to help others see. I like to help others see the modality by which they are being their absurd, like being absurd, versus requiring that absurdity that effectively builds into the context of what it is that we're trying to heal, is what I keep on seeing. And it is like, I see a situation, and it's interesting too, because I feel like there's something really important there that is happening in relationality to articulating, like, to another, um, you know, what, like, how, like, what, like, I just keep on getting this, like, you talking to another person about how you feel about something, but also the space by which you say to them how something made you feel is important too. You know? Like that is the message that's effectively coming through in this. And I feel like there's something really beautiful and important there. Because I just keep on seeing um like I keep on seeing path work by which, you know, like I've got at least three different experiences that you effectively had to go through that required you to energetically walk away from situations and circumstances. But I keep on seeing the reason in all of those modalities and circumstances, like I keep on hearing the only reason to walk away from something is if it doesn't meet your standards, right? And it's interesting because it's a very nuanced message that's coming through. Because when we like the space by which we don't articulate upon what our standards are, but we still hold them nonetheless, gives another person the opportunity to energetically meet them. And I keep on getting like the message that's effectively coming through from this angelic guide is trying to help you heal from some kind of like, I feel like it's almost like the guide trying to inform me upon the amount of the amount of nonsense that you've had to effectively navigate, because I feel like I see some kind of space by which another person was, and this is why we never, I keep on hearing we never hurt somebody and say, oh, it's okay, I was trying to make them stronger, right? Like it should never be like our love should never feel like the modality by which another person, like our love should not be a gauntlet that someone needs to run, and then another person articulates and says, well, you're welcome for all that strength, is what I keep on hearing. It's the modality or the experience by which we understand the conditions that we create are such so that another person doesn't have to energetically navigate them in the first place, is what I keep on getting with this. Like that's the over architecture of the reading that I'm seeing, right? Like it's like that is the a lot of the work that I see that you're working to energetically heal from. And so I think that that's really important because I see some kind of modality here by which you are working to effectively identify or recognize, right? I feel like this is you kind of coming into some kind of space by which you're working to let go of some kind of anxiety. And this is often what happens, right? Like sometimes somebody's like, I'm going to give you the gift of strength. And another person goes, well, guess what? You didn't give me the gift of strength. You gave me the gift of anxiety. Is what I keep hearing. Right? Somebody does something like this. It always happens like this, right? They're like, I'm going to give them the gift of strength. And then instead of getting the gift of strength, all another person receives in the context of another person trying to make them energetically stronger is the gift of anxiety, right? Like the space by which they work through the anxiety that they effectively experience. And so I feel like this is you kind of working to energetically resolve through something, but something even in the context by which I see that you're working to resolve through something. Like, I feel like there's, and it's interesting because I see that this guide is effectively coming towards you to help you with that. Because I think that it's interesting because it says to me that, like a lot of that anxiety that you're working to release is like I almost feel like it's a guide saying like give that anxiety to me. Like don't let the anxiety energetically fuel your decisions, right? Like work through. I keep on hearing like and this is what's so difficult when you're working into the context of energy or situations and circumstances that feel that feel energetically conditional to trying to energetically hurt the self, right? The observation of the gift that we give each other in terms of the compassion that we bring towards things. I feel like I already see the fact that you've done a lot of this work. And even in the modality by which I see that you're doing a lot of that work, that ability to effectively articulate or amplify or to kind of build into the context of one's own intentions, it's interesting because it's the message I'm coming through upon from this particular guide is the fact that they know, like they know that you've got a lot of anxiety that's been causing some difficulty for you. And I feel like they're trying to articulate that one of the things that you can try to do is give them, to give them that anxiety to navigate, to help you in the experience by which you're working to articulate or define upon what it is that you're trying to do better. Because I feel like it's interesting that guide, like that guide, I feel like that particular guide has a beautiful gift in helping us determine the energetic source of anxiety in our experiences, right? Like it's almost like the energy that goes there, there. That's what I keep on seeing. Like it's a lot of that work that we see. So, and I keep on hearing, like, if you're going through those experiences, understand, and I keep on hearing, understand that the anxiety that energy carries, they also went through the same experiences as you yourself did, is what I keep on seeing, which is to say that the space by which you can navigate something with a sense of compassion. But I keep on hearing not just a sense of compassion, but with a sense of energetic stabilization. I keep on hearing the guide effectively articulating and saying, not only does energy love you, but love does not want to see you anxious, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like love does not create the condition of anxiety within us. Love is the state by which we release anxiety with a sense of productivity. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it's interesting. And I feel like there's something for you to write down um, in relationality to love. Like love does not want to see you anxious is all I keep on hearing. Like love does not want to see you anxious because it's the work by which we understand that when we care about each other, we work to resolve anxiety, right? It's not the space by which we try to build it up within each other. So if you're doing, I feel like you do a lot of that work in whatever it is you do. Like I feel like I see you in some kind of day-to-day capacity working to help others with it. And I almost feel like the guide is trying to articulate that you deserve that too, right? Like it isn't the space. I don't know why, if there's something you do, like I feel like it's not the space by which you have to take others' anxieties for them. I feel like that's why the guide is articulating or standing beside you, because it's a space by which it says like their anxieties don't need to become your anxieties. Allow that anxiety to be kind of moved off of the self to help you continue to do the work, to help you do the work that you're doing with even more clarity. It's interesting because I feel like it feels to me like that guide that is trying to articulate the fact that like they're trying to help. If you've been, I feel like if you've been feeling a little, like if you've been feeling that it's easier to release anxiety right now, I keep on getting that this has something to do with the connection to that energetic guide, because they keep on articulating that that's what they're there to help you to do to a certain extent. I want to thank you so much for having that. And if when we do a private, I can definitely continue to give you more information on this, because there's a lot going on in relationality to these cards that I'm seeing. I want to thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we are reading for today is, it's so funny because I was going to give you an extra card, and then you have like all these cards come. The next person we're reading for today is ST, but before we do, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment. We're also at 37.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Oh, thank you, dear. I got you. One moment, please. All right. And thank you so much. Where were we? Did you see all those cards that came out? I'm not going to question it. I was like, all right, it's fine, I'm reading these. It was like bump. I'm like, okay. I know it was a lot. It was like there was a lot. There was more there. It was like I was trying to give a summation of what I was getting in those in the card reading. You know, it's a beautiful deck, isn't it? I love this deck. It's the Aquarian Tarot, and it's the Italian version. Highly recommend it. Yeah, let me sip on this. Exactly. Well, there's a lot. I mean, like, that's the thing about it. Like, I think I feel like that's what you're getting better at. Like, observing, not absorbing, anxiety, not letting it. I feel like I feel like the reason that guide is coming towards you is because you're like, that guide is very good at helping you recognize the source of anxiety. Is like, oh, there it is. Hello, how are you? Looking good today. Yes. Okay. Not over internalizing on it. You know, I've been kind of quiet and observing people's words and actions these past days. Thank you for confirming, Amana. Thank you for confirming, Amana. I feel like that is what, yeah, sending you support, Rihanna, as well. No, yeah, no, none of this pressure. You know what? No pressure makes time. It's exactly. Yes, trying to work out yeah, exactly. Yes, and that's what it's interesting. And again, we can't speak to anything on a medical basis, but thank you for having that reading with me. Absolutely. I will just say, I'm strong enough. Thank you. Exactly. I'm strong enough. Thank you. Oh, thank you guys. Yes. Oh, Ivana. Well, and again, if we do personals, we can dig into it deeper, and sending you support, dear. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. All right, we're going to, and I feel like, I feel like, again, like it feels to me like a guide that's articulating upon like the space by which they're trying to help you with some kind of anxiety that you're like, that's what I keep on hearing. Like they're literally articulating that they want you to envision giving your anxiety to them is what I keep on seeing. I hope that helps, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, and it's funny because that guy doesn't take a lot of it's a very all right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list right now is the next person on the list right now is Stella. I believe you said you sent a message. Please bear with me a moment. All right. I just need to pull up. And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. All right. Excellent. And we're also at 37.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Yes. You're so welcome. All right. And before we continue right now, we are going to be doing an intuition check. So I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We've got the Blackbird. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And we are also, and just a reminder, if you are interested, now is a great time to get on the list today. You will be the 4th person read for. The list is nice and short right now if you'd like to get on the list. I'm going to take a moment and read over some of the information that was sent to me before we start this reading. Okay. Hmm. 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 Mm-hmm. Got it. Okay. Can I please have, and I'm going to pin up, I'm going to pin you up here, guys. Make sure to give Stella some love. Let me just pin you up here. Thank you. All right. Can I please get, can I get 4 cards, please? Oh, apologies. 3 cards, please, for Stella. Highest priority messages, please. Highest priority messages. Mm-hmm. Very interesting. So the message I keep on getting in relationality to this, because I feel like there's something really important that you articulated in relationality to making a connection between the way someone was making you feel in the past versus how you're feeling in the present. And the message I'm getting in relationality to a love reading right now is the healthy relationship. Like, I want you to write this down. And I feel like the space by which you write this down is going to help in terms of what it is that you're working to heal from. And that is love out loud. Love out loud. And I think it's hard because there does feel like there's something about this energy coming towards you that feels like a continuation of karmic work that you were working to release in a past context. Your divine counterpart will love you out loud. Your divine counterpart will love you out loud, which is the amplification and articulation that there will be no secret. There will be no secret between you and your divine counterpart. There will be none of this shushy energy. And that's what I keep on seeing, like the space by which were working to heal, right? Has a lot to do with this shushing, is what I keep on hearing. And that shushing is the space by which another person tried to articulate the space by which you talking to another person about what's happening between you and them will never ruin a good thing, but it will always break a bad one, is what I keep on getting. Your lips are blessed. Your lips are blessed, and your ability to effectively share to another the fact that you are in relationship is not the space by which you should have to be quiet about it. I'd be very curious. I would check your astrological chart in relationality to where your Leo placements are, because sometimes I see this with someone who has a Leo placement in a space that isn't productive for energetic Leo energy to be in, which is the space by which another person tries to articulate the fact that they like, there's no, and I'm just getting this strongly from one of your guides, there is no context by which you are going to ruin anything with the love of your life because you talked about it. Okay? There is absolutely no There is no place. There's no relationship. There's nothing in your Akashic that articulates upon you ruining anything in relationality to you articulating upon the fact that you've energetically are in relationship. But you'd be surprised, given the fact that I see that you're healing from a lot of these karmic situations. And these karmic situations, like I keep on getting, you've got a lot of this karmic shush energy around you, which is somebody who tries to come towards you being like, what I feel for you, what I feel for you is incredible. I've never felt like this before, but you can't tell anybody, right? Like you can't, like that's what I keep on seeing. Somebody being like, shh, like none of that, like absolutely not. Like that is what you need to move away from. And even in the context by which you articulated that you noticed something in relationality to this person, by which you said to them, "I'm not interested," right? You could not have been energetically clearer with another in relationality to what you identify and recognize in terms of what you're working to heal, like the space or the situation or circumstance by which you identify or articulate upon what it is that you energetically want. And I want you to understand, like the guides see you in the modality of saying, look how strong you are, right? Like not in the space by which, like that in itself, like the fact that you identified someone coming towards you and they immediately gave you the ick, right? Like that is the modality by which you recognize that you yourself are healing, because there's nothing energetically appealing about it, right? You didn't feel sentimental, you didn't feel nostalgic. You were like, no, that's awful. And even in the space by which I'm giving this reading, and you can hear like how you hear how like my throat chakra feels like it's closing up, right? That modality, like I keep on hearing, and that's why I want you to write down like love out loud, like LOL for you. But for you, LOL, for you, LOL means love out loud, right? LOL means love out loud. It is a relationship that another person, when someone, your divine counterpart, is going to be energetically proud of being in connection with you. Your energetic counterpart is going to scream it from the rooftop. They're not going to be in the space by which they articulate some kind of feeling or need to be energetically silent about it. And I keep on seeing that even in the experience by which you articulate to another, right? Even working into the context of you effectively articulating the fact that you laid some boundaries, right? You articulated to someone else that was not something that, as soon as, like I keep on saying, as soon as you recognized energetic circumstances that you did not find energetically in the ability of being able to love out loud, you tried to articulate to another that there was nothing energetically between you, right? The modality by which another person continues, right? Them being energetically pursuant of you is the identification point of them not navigating or being energetically respective of your boundaries, right? The identification of them not being energetically respective of your boundaries. And so that modality or experience, right? Being able to let that inform you, being able to let that to be that in that space by which you're able to effectively understand that is the modality by which they navigate things. Like that is what, like, I keep wondering, like that is helping you re-amplify why that is not something that is desired towards you. And I keep on seeing, even in the modality by which you articulate that, like them effectively being pursuant, like is almost like the space by which they're still trying to assess your own energetic interest. But I feel like more than anything, you continuing to articulate to another that what you effectively aspire for in relationship is not something that they are in the space of giving you. Like it's saying to me that it's like requiring, like I feel like it's requiring the space by which you navigate, and like allow, like I keep on hearing, don't put energy towards it. Observe that is something that they need, like they need energetic support with, because that is someone who is amplifying to you that they have a boundary issue, right? Like that is literally like you're observing, you're observing a boundary issue in action, which is the modality by which you articulate to another person the preference for them to effectively, respectively navigate or honor your boundaries, but yet they continue to return back towards you in some kind of mentality or modality by which it's requiring you, like I keep on hearing, you don't need to energetically re-amplify your boundaries, someone who respects them. So I feel like in a way it's showing you what you energetically avoided in relationality to being clear upon what those standards are. Bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, especially with the especially with the 7 of Pentacles in its upright. Um the modality the modality by which we articulate to another, like if this is a conversation, if this is a conversation that you effectively articulated, if you made it energetically clear to another in terms of the comfortability that you have in terms of navigating a relationship, right? I keep on hearing, don't feel like don't be in the space by which you feel like the need to effectively have to repeat yourself, right? The observation, the observation by which you respectfully, I keep on hearing the observation by which you respectively tell someone to stop, right? The modality by which you articulate to another and tell them respectively to stop. One, like I keep on hearing, don't get into the circumstance by which you feel like the need to repeat yourself, right? If you've made it clear, you make it clear, because anything beyond that is them effectively asking for energetic attention from you, right? So I keep on hearing, don't give them that attention, because all you're doing in the modality by which you've asked them respectfully to stop and yet they continue to pursue is feeding into their energetic need of attention from you. So I feel like there's something really important about that in relationality to not effectively, not letting it, I keep on hearing, doing the work to effectively not feel the need to have to, if it's creating anxiety within you, you can take the steps necessary to articulate and define it. But that ability of, I keep on hearing, the hard part about that is when I see an energy like this, you know, it almost I feel like it's almost like I'm almost sensing someone who continues to move towards you in that way to see if something is energetically changed. I feel like it's almost like that's what they're effectively saying every time they come towards you in some way, and trying to effectively start conversation in the space by which you've articulated that you're not interested. They're like, that is them saying, has anything changed? Right? And I keep on seeing I feel like that's what you have to recognize. So your own ability of effectively being stabilized in that is not, I keep on hearing, not in the space by which you put attention towards it, but by which you are effectively recognizing that healthy energy has open conversations in relationality to what it is that they aspire and desire with us, is what I keep on seeing. Don't let another person's energetic weirdness affect you, even in the context by which, right, I keep on hearing, even in the context by which, I feel like it's even in the context by which you allow the space of protecting your peace, is what I keep on hearing. And the modality by which you energetically protect your peace is energy that protects our peace, respects our peace, and does the things that we articulate would aspire to maintain that energetic peace. So let that kind of help to fortify you in relationality to that, because the thing about it is, I feel like I see somebody, the thing that's unfortunate about it is I almost see somebody in some kind of mentality by which they build, they build, I keep on hearing, they build subversive relationships, right? They build relationships that potentially aren't fully in a transparent space. So if they're in the modality by which you articulated that the relationship that they're trying to build with you is not something that's healthy because it's not energetically transparent, don't feed into it by building into a further conversation with them on it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Have to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, we're at 39.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Amy. Oh, I'll confirm, dear, but I'll add you to the list. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person. Sonia, thank you for getting on the list. Bear with me a moment. If anybody else wants to get, I'm going to read the list now to confirm the list. If I have not listed you, and you are on the list, just let me know. Send me the initial where you sent the donation, and I'll be happy to add you to it. The list we have right now is, I've got Good Vibes, Nicole, Amy, and Sonia. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Okay. Where were we? You're so welcome, Ivana. There was a lot there, and there's more. Like, again, Ivana, we could get into it later too in a private, because that was kind of like the tip of the iceberg in terms of what I was reading for there. Yep. Yeah. Well, it's that angelic. I'm not surprised. Yep. I had double. Yeah, I had double ick. I was sad. You were. Yeah. It's annoying, as you should be. Is what I keep on seeing. As you should be. Someone with boundary issues will never be respective of our boundaries. That's the unfortunate thing about it. And Jana, thank you for those heart me's. I hope that helps, dear. You're so welcome. And sending you support on that knee. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Good Vibes. Good Vibes, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you'll be as I mentioned, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. All right. We're also at 40.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Got you. Okay, thank you for letting me know where the reading is. And just a reminder to anyone else who'd like to get on the list right now, we do hear highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide readings, Pet readings, Akashic, Mind, Body, Spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And just bear with me a moment. Perfect. I got you, dear. And let me just check the disco. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you are a superfan who would like access to our superfan only disco channel, you can send me a disco gift, and I'll be happy to send you that invitation. If you would like information, you'll find in the disco, if you are a subscriber, a coupon code in the perk section to our tarot class program. Our next class is going to be on January 15th. And if you're interested in learning more about the trip, message me the word trip, and you can learn more about the retreat that we're hosting in August. I'm just pulling up this read. I just need a moment to read it. Dear, you said it was inside tea in the disco. Can you tell me what section you posted it in? Oh, wait, I think I see it. Yeah, I found it. Yep, I got you, dear. Okay. All right. And I'm going to take a moment. This is inside tea, so I'm just going to take a moment to read over the information. Guys, make sure in the process, before we continue too, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm, got you. Okay, perfect. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Thank you. Oh, okay. And 1 more. Mhm. Thank you. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about what I'm seeing here, dear. Um, I have to stress, like there's a really strong message that's coming through in relationality to whatever I see that you're working to release right now. And that is when we there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than situations wherein another person like like articulates upon the limitation of their own possibility due to the energetic obligation of those of the circumstances that they find themselves in. I keep on hearing relationships are blessings. They don't hinder us. They don't hinder us. They bless us. But when someone does not have a feeling of security about the self, it's easy, like the song you will hear with energy that's insecure. There's only one song you hear with insecure energy, and that is "You're holding me back." Right? Like that is the song. Like that is the song of insecure energy. Insecure energy always articulates upon the energetic like blockage as something that is out that dwells outside the self, rather than navigating like what is within the self. And so firstly, if you've been going through that, I want you to understand you are not a burden. You are a blessing. So long as you're doing that work, so long as you've been working upon the self, and I keep on seeing, and I because I see something here. Like you are not like I hear this like you are not like you're not a repair shop for energy to get themselves back together again. You are, and I feel like I need to stress this because energy like this, if this was the shape of someone coming towards you, I want you to understand that them, like someone coming back towards you in the space by which they articulate upon what they expect to find versus what they find, like what they could have had with you, is going to be really important because I see like, I just keep on seeing some kind of space. Like you are not a healing center. You are not a healing center, right? And even in the space by which we recognize the projections that are happening in the comments right now, it's further amplification of what I'm saying. Because it's very easy when someone's working through the insecurity of the self to navigate that space of trying to say something else to another that makes one feel good instead of being able to fix the heart space. So I want you to be attentive to that because that's the first thing I'm seeing right now. The healing I see that's coming towards you, like in terms, like I said, in relationality to another person, articulating upon the burden. Like I see somebody else coming towards you right now. Healthy energy navigates the space by which we understand the blessings that we are in each other's lives. It's the space by which we navigate, or the space by which we understand that, like that I just keep on hearing this, like the healthy energy that throws open their arms to another and articulates and defines upon the fact that, you know, like, and I keep on hearing this too, like the gift that we give each other is the love that we have for one another. Not like, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word material. Like, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word material coming up in context of relationship. Like, I keep on hearing material should not enter the equation, which is the modality by which, I keep on hearing like the modality by which another person, feels like materially driven is the context by which I see, like, and I think that this is really important here because I just keep on seeing a situation of you effectively navigating a space by which, like the space by which you and another person work to create something, it is not the space by which another person tries to say, oh, like, you have to work harder if you want to be in an energetic relationship with me. It's the energy, like, it's not the space by which another person criticizes. It's the space by which another person, like, compliments. It's the space by which another person encourages. It's a space by which I keep on hearing, we lift each other up. We don't energetically tear each other down. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, particularly and especially with the Three of Cups in its reversal. I think that there's something really important to recognize and identify in relationality to what it feels. I keep hearing in relationality to what it feels like to love one another. And I think that this is, and this is what I see that you're working through right now, like particularly as you articulate upon, I feel like this is what I keep on hearing in terms of that past connection that you identified, that you said holds a lot of intimacy or deep meaning to you, but also working on ways of feeling energetically supported and cared for, right? Healthy energy, like this is the context. Like this is the context by which we amplify this, right? Like healthy love does not split hairs. Healthy love does not look for error. Healthy love does not identify or energetically, I don't know why I keep on hearing this. Healthy relationship does not create problems where problems don't exist, right? It's not the modality by which we articulate upon something in such a way by which something becomes harder instead of easier. The gift that we give one another is showing each other how good it can be. And I think you need to write that down. I feel like that's important right now in relationality to your own path work of healing, right? Show me how good it can be. Because something about being able to identify and articulate upon that feeling of positivity, right? The modality by which we effectively celebrate each other, but not just celebrate each other, right? Like we often work to like build into the context of how much that joy can be shared. I feel like there's something really energetically important that's happening right now. And not just the space by which something important is happening. It feels to me almost like the amplification of you being able to work through or understand what that, like I keep on hearing, like what that feeling of healthy resolution is, but not just the feeling of healthy resolution, the identification of the positive purpose. Because all of this energy that I'm seeing around you, like I keep on hearing, like you can't find love in the space by which another person splits a hair, is what I keep on hearing, right? Because often in the modality by which, like when you're trying to do energetically everything for another, and instead of the energy that comes into the context of appreciating it, like works upon like I keep on hearing like works upon a singular facet, or works upon like a single modality or a single moment by which you weren't in your point of perfection, right? Like that is almost like the amplification of what it can feel like in the space which we build into that sense of energetic positivity, right? It's the modality by which we experience something, but not just the modality by which we experience something, the space by which we can show each other how wonderful it can be is not, I keep wondering, it's not the space by which we feel the energetic anxiety, right? It's not the space by which we feel the anxiety of showing up for love. It's the space by which we feel that we can be energetically free upon it, right? It's the space by which we're able to build into the architecture of the comfortability that we create for one another. So I feel like there's something really important, and I keep on hearing, especially as it relates to a relationship, by which another person identified that they needed to energetically work upon the self. I keep on hearing like the work that we do, like the work that we do for each other is something that we build into that path work of patience, but not just patience. I keep on hearing patience as well as the patience that we give to others, we also deserve, which is to say, if you are working through modalities by which you are finding that patience, right? It's not exceptional to ask for it in return. So make sure that you're having practical conversations in relationality to what that looks like. And I keep on hearing not just what it looks like, but also like also allowing, like I keep on hearing like allowing the context of recognizing like what you're working on healing in your heart space versus a situation or circumstance where you may see somebody who needs to work on their own heart. Right? Like I feel like I think that there's something really important that I'm seeing in that reading. And I feel like it's like it feels like I keep on getting here like I'm not like there's something I'm seeing in relationality to that just it speaks towards, like I just keep on seeing it speaks towards how do I describe it? Like, it's like sometimes when you see the ugliness in another, it's like sometimes when you see that, it's hard to unsee it, you know? But I keep on hearing like you can give someone the opportunity Um, but also like hold compassion for yourself in the same way. Like I keep on hearing an apology. This is why an apology doesn't always make things go back to the way they are. Like we can hold an apology and still like we can hold an apology and still maintain proximity in relationality to how we care about something. Like apologies, like I keep on hearing like apologies don't erase things. Apologies are observations of being able to do something in a better way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Good. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 45.4K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. All right. I think if you read, Graham, I think if you read the teachings of Yahshua, I think Yahshua himself never said that all you needed was them. That was literally not, that's not what Yahshua was saying. But thank you for, I think if you've read the teachings of Yahshua and you believe that all you need is Yahshua, I think you need to reassess. I think you need to return back to read what Yahshua was saying. I think I asked if he felt the relationship was a burden, and he said no, but it was hard to see that. Sending you support on that journey, good. And again, I need to point out, Graham, there's a million places in this world that you could be, but you've chosen to take this moment. You chose of all the things that you could do in this dear, sweet moment of life to say harsh things here. So I hope that whatever you needed to find here, you find. And I hope you're able to heal that space in your heart. Because you're obviously in a lot of pain to be saying things like that to a bunch of individuals you haven't met before. I've got very simple rules here. You can stay and you can participate so long as you're kind. It's the only thing I ask if you want to stay in this space. Thank you for respecting the space. And hi there, Uzziah. Happy holidays to you as well, dear. Thank you for the help. And again, I apologize for that individual coming in during the reading. Good. Yes, exactly. The gift we give each other is showing each other how good it can be. I love that. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. The new connection feels a bit more ready to work through tough conversations. But and you have to, like, the thing is, you have to have the ability, like that's what we like, you have to have the ability to work through something difficult, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing, that you're navigating in the space of relationship. There's always going to be hard conversations that come up, right? It's not about, I keep on getting, it's not the space by which a conversation is difficult. It's a space by which we energetically work through it in such a way that allows for something more positive on the other side of it. You're welcome, dear. I hope that helps in sending you support on that journey. Yes. No, we can't. The thing is, we can build on rocky foundation, but I keep on hearing there's difference between building on rocky foundation though versus someone who's perpetually throwing rocks, right? You can build perfectly fine on rocky foundations, but you can't build with someone perpetually throwing rocks. It's different, right? Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. How are you doing today, Gilbert? Mm-hmm. Counterparts should always be strong and secure. So I love that. And we talk about that here. Masculine energy being strong and secure, so feminine energy can be flowers. But again, it's a space by which, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what we feel most aligned to. Yep, I understand that. Yes. Yes, we become our masculine when we feel we have to protect ourselves. Exactly. Right. And so again, like I think I feel like there's something really important that I was seeing in relationality to that reading, which is potentially, I don't know why I was feeling like I feel like it's some type of energy there, right? Like the modality by which you are like triggering an unhealed child in another, right? You can't, if you're triggering another unhealed child, like it's something that you can observe, but they need to do that work to heal that within them, right? It shouldn't be the space by which you have to like you shouldn't feel energetically subjected to another's unhealed child, right? It's a space by which we work to resolve those things. And even in the moment by which we're not perfect, we observe that there are things that we could be doing better, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you again for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The next person on the list for today is Nicole. Nicole, let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we've got 1, 2, 3. If you get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I've got you. Oh, thank you for letting me know where I could find the information, dear. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. I've got you here, dear. Okay. Hi, dear. How are you? Whew. All right, we're doing an energetic read. Is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? And as we wait, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card clear, please, here. Yeah, that's interesting. We're gonna get to it. I'm gonna count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the swan. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Okay. And guys, I'm going to pin up, hold on a moment. I am going to pin up Beep here. Make sure to give Beep some love. Insight into the motives or intentions behind an ex's mother reaching out to me after a year of not reaching out since we had a great relationship. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest party messages. I feel like I see somebody who feels very energetically disconnected to someone, is what I keep on getting. Like I see something here. Like I just see something here in relationality to feeling energetically disconnected. And there's something about, I feel like there's something about, I feel like there's something about working through that energetic disconnect is, and it's interesting too, because like, it almost feels like somebody who's holding themselves a bit in hermit mode is what I keep on seeing. you know? Like there's some kind of energy in relationality to like working into the context of how, I mean, how do I describe this? Like there's something like there's something important here. And I think that there's something even more in relationality to that sense of importance that has to do with like and I'm not and it has to do something as well with the nature of like a separation because I can see like I can see that energetic closeness that you had with them, you know? And I keep on getting like something I'm identifying here is see I see the modality of you and another person like working through something, but not just like not just the space of working through something. Like I feel like I feel like I see them having had a conversation with someone, like trying to talk to someone like about you or trying to understand like what happened between you and them that created some kind of point of fracture. And I keep on like I keep on getting this energy of someone like pushing something away, right? But not just the space of pushing something away. Like I almost see the conversation that is energetically amplified by how do I describe this? Um and I need to point this out because there's something important here. There's there's criticism and there's critique is what I keep on hearing. Like there's the modality by which another person can navigate the space by which we're trying to tell them something that we feel like is energetically important. Um, and then there's like I keep on hearing like there's earmuff energy, right? There's earmuff there's and I need to point this out. There's earmuff energy where someone doesn't want to hear anything. Like, right, someone doesn't want to hear anything beyond the things that they energetically want to hear. And I feel like I don't know why, but I almost feel like there was something that you were experiencing with them, right? Like the modality by which you tried to articulate something that I feel like I feel like it's them, like them feeling it too, or them effectively kind of being in the same experience. And so I almost like I feel like that is why someone was energetically reaching out to you. Like it says to me, like it almost feels like to me like they were trying to reach out to see if you had communicated to them, you know? Is what I get like it's like I almost see somebody being like, I haven't heard from them. Have you heard from them? Because it feels like and I like to point this out. Um it almost feel like the hermit card isn't out here, but you'd be surprised because it feels very much like hermit energy, right? Like and you can tell like I keep wondering like being energetically respective of privacy. I keep on hearing like there's something by which another person like there's something by which another person is respective of needing something, like of getting, like, going quiet, versus I see somebody like almost moving into hermit mode in some kind of great capacity. And I keep on getting that there's something about that. Like I almost feel like it's them trying to see if you have any understanding of what's happening with them, because I feel like they also feel in the dark to a certain extent. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly with this Queen of Wands. Particularly with the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Wands in its reversal. Like the Queen of Wands in its reversal often talks to us. Like the Queen of Wands in its reversal often talks to us in terms of energetically, you know, like being able to have a conversation, right? It's the modality or the experience by which we're able to articulate to each other. And I keep on seeing, I feel like there's something really important there, because the Queen of Wands in its reversal is, it almost says to me, it's like the work I see that, and I feel like that's the hard part. Like I almost see them coming to you to say, have you communicated with them? And you kind of being like, no, like you are where I was. Like I feel like I just feel like you are where I was in relationality to like working through something. And so I don't know why, but like I almost feel like there was something there. Like I feel like there was something there where like someone someone asked you to, like someone, like I feel like they tried to have a conversation with someone about whether they'd be comfortable with them staying in connection with you, and another person saying like I don't think so, right? And so I feel like in that, like I see something here where someone feels like something has changed, right? Like it's almost like it's almost the space, like it's almost saying to me, it's the space by which another person is like navigating something. And I feel like it's almost them like trying to build back into, like it almost feels like someone who wants to apologize to you is what I keep on seeing. Like it feels like somebody who's in a modality by which they want to give you an apology. And I feel like it's almost like the space by which, like whatever that apology, I keep wondering, like whatever that apology is amplified and articulated upon like feeling more in a space by which they can talk more honestly or openly about something, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, the fourth person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If anybody else wants to get on the list, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Deborah. How are you doing today? Oh, sending you support on that journey, Rihanna. How are you doing today, Heather? And thank you, Lindsay, for the follow. Hi there, Jenny. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. I'm just reading over your comments, dear. They did reach out, although they find they had, oh, that's interesting. We broke up. Oh, we broke up. We broke up over them lying and told them not to reach out because you were angry. And when you did try to work it out, they completely discarded. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Yep, and thank you as well as thank you as well for the follow watch. Hi there, how are you doing? I have a feeling her son, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, her husband left her. Oh my goodness. You haven't reached out. They completely, oh dear, that's wild. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Ugh, possibly you were sometimes the glue that kept them together. Yeah, and they helped communicate with them. No, I can see that here. And that's what I meant. Like that's what I meant in relationality. Like that's what I meant in relationality to observing something here. You know? Like I just keep on I feel like I was like I feel like there's somebody who feels very much like they're in the energetic position that you are in, is what I keep on getting, you know? Like, and that's what I keep on seeing. I feel like it's almost them like trying to like build into the context of like, like I feel like that's like it's like you and them working through something. Yeah, I did do a reading where either looks like no, I mean I would be worried for that person because when I was reading for that energy, you know, like it was feeling like I saw somebody that's like I need to point this out. Like there's a difference between I keep on hearing there's a difference between keeping like a tight inner circle versus like pushing everybody away was what I was seeing, right? Like that's what I keep on getting. Like the difference between someone like working into the context of keeping like a tight inner circle versus pushing like pushing everyone away. Like that's the type of energy I was effectively seeing in some kind of experience there. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me. All right, we're going to continue right now. And I can see it. Like I can see somebody saying, like, I'm worried about someone, but they won't speak to me, right? Very avoidant. Yeah, sending you support, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is Amy. Amy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know. Oh, I see you, dear. Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. For anyone else who'd like to get on the list right now, we are doing highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information or love readings, if you have information that is relevant to the purposes of our reading, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Selena, if you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. All right. And we're also at 49.9K likes. We are very, very close to 50K, friends. When we get to 50K, we'll be gifting that reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Where were we? I got you, dear. All right, let me just pull it up. And just a reminder to those who are joining us, if you are a subscriber, if you are a super fan who would like access to our super fan only disco channel, all you need to do is head over and message me directly from this live. And when you message me directly, you can just message me a disco GIF and I will send you an invite to the disco. If you are interested if you go to the disco, you will find in the perks section a special coupon code to our tarot class program. If you're not a super fan who would like a different code, you can message me the word class and I'll send it to you. And if you are interested in learning more about the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. Okay. Yes. Oh, thank you, Maka. I appreciate you as well. I do my best. All right, where were we? And hold on a minute. I got you, dear. Is this inside T or outside T? And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right, where were we? All right, is this Avatar, is this inside T or outside T? And just a reminder to anyone joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Excellent. All right, and I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. Okay. Hi there. I'm wanting to get an energetic read on my purpose of my relationship with an individual. I'm wondering if it still has any purposeful implications in my life, especially for business. It was a very tumultuous romantic relationship that triggered my dark night of the soul, yet totally transforms me. It's been 5 years, but still on the outskirts of my life, popping up with opportunities from time to time. I always felt we could probably soar in just business. Okay, can I please get... Yes. Oof. Did you see all those cards come out transfers? Hold on a minute. I need a minute. One more, please. I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm reading, like, you know, here's the thing you got to recognize. I mean, like, whatever, like, whatever was happening, like, I feel like there's like, there, what I'm identifying between you and another individual is like, and I don't know the context by which you originally met somebody, but I almost feel like you met someone in a professional context and it couldn't stay professional. Like, are you coming to me and trying to say, like, I've got a situation here. Did you meet them originally in a professional context? Because I feel like it's the observation of the fact that there's nothing energetically professional between you and another individual is what I keep on seeing. Like, where's the like the modality by which you're articulating upon the desire to aspire for something energetically professional, but between you and another person. I just keep on seeing like there's there's something, you know, it's, and I want to describe this here, you know, and I think that you energetically articulated upon the fact that you said that this relationship, like this relationship was really confusing and it left you profoundly changed. You know, the observation Like the observation of potentially working through something is, I feel like the important, like the thing is it's the observation of working through something, and never, like, I feel like there was already a boundary issue between you and another person, and especially as it related to them being able to articulate what was effectively happening between you both, you know? And it's not, and here's the thing about it, you know what I'm going to say here, because I've got it, like, it is not to say, let's walk through this to a certain extent. There is something to be said. There is context by which we can build healthy friendship outside of a relationship, right? The modality by which we can build healthy friendship outside of a relationship is the modality and the experience by which energy comes together and mutually recognizes that the comes into the space of having a mature conversation in relationality to recognizing what they feel that is better off as friendship, right? And that is often in the experience by which the energy has worked through or energetically resolved upon something, right? Like the modality by which you and another person have found your, like have found your energetic bliss is what I keep on seeing, right? Like that would be the architecture by which you and another person could build into a healthy relationship. But if this is a situation, right? Like, and this is the difference, like the time, I keep on hearing the time that passes, right? The time that passes that allows the context of things changing, right? The space by which things have changed in profound way that can allow the space by which you can effectively build into the context of a healthy relationship with a person. It's not to say that there isn't something here that's possible. The question has to do with timing, because if I feel like if you and them are still very much in the space by which you effectively left one another, right? Like I feel like there's too much, like the space by which it's not whether you would effectively be moving forward, but whether you would energetically regress back into whatever that messiness was, is what I keep on seeing. You know, has their life changed in a profound way? Has your life changed in a profound way? And it's interesting because, and that's the thing that's interesting about this reading. Um, like keep on, it's not, and I would almost say, like, I almost see a situation by which I do almost feel like I can see some kind of path work between you and them, which this could be possible, right? Like it's actually saying to me that there's about that path work that indicates here that there could be an experience in the future where this is possible. But I keep on hearing that the arrival point, right, the arrival point by which that is possible, I keep on hearing profound way. Until you find the profound way, you can't build into a harmonious relationship with this person, because I keep on hearing it's the profound way, which is like the profound way. The profound way is the understanding of having found what you are energetically looking for in one another, but in the person who you're supposed to have it with, is what I keep on hearing. So that's, I feel like that's what I keep on like that's, I need to like be very conscientious, like be very conscientious about trying to be very conscientious about trying to build into like relationship, like prior to that effectively occurring, because I keep on seeing like the profound way is not the modality by which you feel like there's any question between what is effectively experienced between you and them. And I feel like it's requiring, like, I feel like something about that, like, it's interesting because I gotta be honest with you. To me, this isn't a yes or no. It's not yet that I'm seeing. right? Like that's what I'm effectively identifying. It's not the fact, that that might not occur. The modality, I keep on hearing like when you know, I keep on hearing when you know, you'll know because it won't even be a question. Is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, there you go. Like, not to get all like profound riddle on you. Right? Is what I keep on hearing. Not to get all profound riddle on you in this reading is what I keep on seeing. Like not to get all profound riddle, but like you'll know, you'll know when you know because it won't even be a question, which is the space by which, like I keep on hearing, like the space by which you'll energetically know because it's not going to be something that you're potentially worried about. Is what I keep on hearing. It's like I keep on hearing like it's the space. It's like I don't know why I keep on like it's a space by which it doesn't give you energetic goosebumps. Is what I keep on getting, right? Like I keep, like that's what I'm identifying. So it's interesting too, because like I feel like that's what I keep on like I feel it's like it's interesting because I almost see a situation by which you and another person are going like when is all this chaos going to turn into endearment, right? Like it's like you and another person like working through like I see a situation by you and another person like bringing out like the energetic like and I like to point this out like when does all this chaos turn into endearment is the space by which we're able to understand when we are harmony, right? Like that's what I effectively see that you and another person are working through. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get, and I think it's interesting because I almost like, and I feel like, I think that the space by which I see you, like, here's the thing about it. Like, I feel like I see you getting there. The question is to whether they've also reached that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 20 3 or more for my subscribers being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at, we have to do the 50K giveaway. Thank you guys for helping us get to that 50K. We're going to be gifting a reading back to the collective, and I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Honestly, don't know. I like you can just guess, Selena. You don't have to know. Excellent. It was a lot of an experience. Yes. I can't remember. I guess not. Okay. Thank you for confirming, dear. It was a long time ago. We could never communicate then. Interesting. They may be. I'm not. I don't want that exactly. Yes, I'm hearing you. Good advice. That really helps with this person. You're welcome. That's the thing about it. That's what I keep on seeing in relationality. Like I see you kind of being in the space by which like you're amplifying the readiness. The question mark is whether they are, was what I was seeing. Thank you so much, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Sonia. Sonia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. But before we continue, actually, Sonia, hold on. Yes, I saw it. Perfect. Yes, thank you. Good. I appreciate you. All right, we're going to do the 50K giveaway. I am thinking of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 36. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. Oh, good vibes. You got it. Congratulations, dear. That will be available to you the next time we are live. And in the meantime, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. So 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Congratulations! That was your first time winning ever? Oh, well done. Very fun. Okay, bear with me a second. Just pulling up, hold on, just pulling up Sonia's question. Okay. Okay. I got you, dear. Is this, okay. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Woo! Okay. It's a hard question too, and I'm sending you support on it. Let me pin you up. Guys, make sure to give Sonia some love. And before we continue right now, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got to Swan. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. My 18-year-old son decided they didn't want to visit my family for Christmas this year, and I really struggled with immense sadness or feelings of loneliness. It's my first year single, without family close by for the holidays, and the guy I'm interested in has been distant. I've also been having confusing dreams that I can't seem to remember the details on. I'm struggling to determine if what's happening is a productive release for inner healing or if I'm just wallowing in self-pity with a need for a mindset shift. Thank you. Gotcha, dear. Can I get 4 cards in terms of how to navigate this energy, please? Highest priority messages. Thank you. And 2 more, please. You know, I think that I feel like so how do I describe what I'm seeing here? So it's interesting that you articulated in the statement of your family versus their family, because I feel like that is what I see. somebody energetically navigating. I don't know why, but I feel like there's something that's happening there in relationality of working through some kind of feeling of energetic estrangement is what I keep on observing. Um, and I think that I think that you articulated upon the fact that you stated that you said that it was your first year, like working towards the experience of being single and not having family close by for the holidays. Um, and so I feel like I see this kind of interesting because I'm seeing the energy around your child holding, like, almost doing something in such a way that feels like it's trying to be energetically protective, like protective to you, right? Because I keep on hearing, like, it's interesting because, like, I'm trying to read into like some type of energy here, and I keep on getting like turtle energy. And turtle, anytime I read into turtle energy, it can talk about someone that is effectively working through the space of being very, very protective of you. And I don't know if this is a modality or experience by which like I almost see somebody, right? Like I almost see and this often happens. Like this often happens in the modality by which energy about us, in the space by which, like, the space by which we try to build into the context of feeling energetically supportive, often is articulated upon the sense or the space of the energetic compassion that we hold to things. And so I almost see some kind of energy that, like, there's a little bit of this hands on the hips here, right? It's almost like I almost see some kind of energy observing, like something about your own respectiveness. It's interesting because, like, I see somebody that's, and I have to say, have you had a conversation? Have you had a conversation to this person in relationality to the choice that they're making? Because I'm reading into it, and I keep on getting, like, it doesn't feel like, I keep on reading into this, and it doesn't feel like a selfish choice. It feels like somebody that is working through something that they themselves see, that feels like, I almost feel like it's like I feel like, I don't know why I keep on reading into this, but I'm reading into a choice that feels like it's trying to be energetically respective to you, in terms of, like, in terms of how, like, how you are being, like, in terms of how you are being energetically treated, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on getting, like, it's interesting because I've got, like, it's like I've got a lot of turtle energy around someone. I've got a lot of warrior energy, which is somebody, like, turtle energy and warrior energy is someone who's being very, very protective of us, right? But, like, it's protective energy. Like, it's like, it's interesting because, like, the page of the Knight of Pentacles isn't out right now, but it feels very Knight of Pentacles around here, which is somebody, like, it almost feels like somebody articulating upon something in such a way by which they're trying to articulate upon, like, I keep on hearing it is their choice, have something to do with their own preference or something about how they prefer that you are treated, is what I keep on hearing. Is the choice that they're making have something to do with their personal preference or how you are energetically treated? Because, like, I feel like there was something in relationality to that work that almost, like, it feels like the amplification of another person, like almost like it feels like the amplification of another person, um, like like trying to articulate upon something, but not just trying to articulate upon something. It feels almost like I feel like it has like I feel like it's almost like I feel like there's something about them being very protective of you. And there's something about that protectiveness that almost feels like I keep on hearing like the energy that's amplifying or articulating upon, like I keep on hearing like the context by which they amplify, like I don't like it just it keeps on saying to me like there's something really significant about that. And even in the space by which they're articulating, because every time I read into this, I just keep on getting the same message, which is somebody who is very like I keep wondering they get they're very, very in tune with how energy treats you, or the modality by which another person like navigates or is energetically respective to you, is what I keep on getting. Um, Bottom of the deck on this, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so interesting because especially like there's something in relationality to this Seven of Wands. There's something in relationality to that Seven of Wands that um like I almost see, like it's giving me a little bit of energy, like, and like if you want to get to them, you have to get to me first, kind of thing, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like I don't know if there's something that happens. Like I don't know if there's some again. It's interesting in relationality to. Um, I keep wondering there's something to be said. There's something to be said about a welcoming environment, and I keep on getting the welcoming. A welcoming environment is the amplification of the energy that holds us. I keep on hearing like holds us in a space of um like holds us in a space of energetic reverence, is what I keep on getting. And I don't know why every time I'm reading on this, I don't know what the surface reason was. Like I don't know if this is someone who articulated upon the fact that there was something happening, but I keep on seeing like this like the energy that amplifies like the space of them. Like I see somebody that is very like I feel like I see somebody who's very in tune with how others treat you, is what I keep on hearing. Because and something in relationality to that, they said like something about them articulating upon like not being necessarily confrontational, is what I keep on getting, right? Like I see somebody that doesn't want to effectively add more conflict or difficulty to your life, but I almost see somebody that, you know, I don't know if there's been like, I don't know if these have been situations or circumstances by which you've like had to work through or something about the experience of another person, like, and I think and I feel like I see them doing this in different modalities. Like I see a lot of this energy, like it's giving me a lot of this like hands on the hips. And I keep on hearing like it's not that they're making like selfish choices, but I almost see them almost like almost coming into the modality of like taking the energetic responsibility specifically and particularly because they care about you, is what I keep on getting. So I don't know if there's been like, you know, I feel like there might be something that you want to talk to them about, like particularly in relationality to like like how you navigate things versus how they see or or how they feel about experiences is what I keep on seeing. Because it's interesting, because every time I go to read about, like every time I go to read for this person, I've got them like with like a hand on their head and a hand on their heart, which is almost them like kind of seeing something that you're going through or something that you've endured, and like working into the context by which it feels like they're trying. It's like it almost feels like they're trying to protect your head and your heart space, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Sonia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Hold on a minute. And I'm just going to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. I have spoken with them. They were supposed to meet someone online, but it got canceled. It felt like it was due to feeling disappointed. Struggling with globalization. Got it. Well, again, I can't turn this into a medical read, but I've had struggles with family. Yes, something he isn't able to articulate to them. Yeah, I can see that he could be in tune. His mood was significantly impacted by my last relationship. Absolutely. I hope this helps, dear. I feel like I keep on, like I see somebody here who's very energetically, like it feels to me like someone who's very, very energetically sensitive, right? And it's interesting because every time I read, I keep on seeing like the head and the heart space covered. So it almost feels like I feel like it's almost somebody who's doing that work to try to facilitate protecting your head and your heart space, right? Like that's what's interesting about the read. And thank you again for having that reading with me, dear, and sending you support on that journey. All right, we're going to continue right now. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right. And as we wait to see if there's anybody else who'd like to get on the list for today, we will open it up to 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen. Your superfan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. Also, if you are a subscriber and have not recharged your heart bees, please make sure you do so, and I'll be happy to also draw an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. You're so welcome, Sonia. Sending you so much support on that journey. All right, Ava, 1 card on Divine Counterpart, please. Highest priority messages. I feel like I see some kind of energy here that is working on, like it feels to me like I see somebody who is incredibly focused on their healing journey right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I think it's interesting because especially with the 8 of swords and its reversal, um, I see some kind of context. Like I'm identifying some kind of context here of someone, like I almost see like some kind of modality by which another person is like energetically working to, like it's hard because like I almost see them working to resolve something, but like they're resolving their own tendencies is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like this is like this is some like it's like some rough energy here, you know? Like this is peaceful warrior. Like and it feels hard because like, I almost see like I almost see them like working through some kind of situation or circumstance that they would have like I keep wondering like they would have let themselves like get all like I feel like I see somebody like they would have let themselves get all, like twisted up about. But I almost feel like this space by which they're like it's like they're energetically observing, like they're recognizing like what is within their capacity to change versus what's in their capacity to to see within another. It's interesting. Like and it's almost like I see somebody talking to someone about it, you know? Like I see somebody like having an active conversation with someone in relationality to what their tendency is versus what they're working to absolve or resolve within themselves. Um, yeah, it feels like somebody who's gone through a profound awakening recently. Thank you, dear. Thank you for sharing the live, Dada. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Good vibes. One card, please. Highest priority. Woo! I feel like I see you navigating something like in relationality to travel or communication, or like it's speaking to me about um, it's speaking to me about trying to do something in a way that one is able to like navigate or articulate upon plans is what I keep on seeing. Like bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially like you got double eight energy. So you've got Eight of Wands with the Eight of Swords in its reversal. So how do I describe this? You know, it's interesting because it almost feels like a message like it feels like a message from someone in spirit in relationality to like if someone is trying to provoke you, don't match energy, remember who you are. Is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the crane energy, you know? Like it's interesting because like it's more of a continuation of like it's just the same message I keep on hearing. Don't match energy. Remember who you are. Like I even if it's like spirit sees everything is what I keep on hearing. Like there's something really important about that, right? Like don't it's not your job. Like it's not your job to have to educate someone. Like let spirit do that is what I keep on seeing. Sonia, one card, please. Highest priority. Yeah, look at that Knight of Swords. I think that there's I feel like I see someone. Like I keep on hearing I don't know, like I feel like I see somebody that is incredibly protective with your heart space. Is all I'm identifying. And I keep on getting like like that's what I keep on getting in relationality to in relationality to another person, articulating or identifying upon um like their own their own ability or their own capacity to identify or work through something. Like I just keep on getting, yeah, like again, like the Eight of Cups in its upright, right? Like the space by which another person, like I feel like when we care about each other, we don't put each other through things, is what I keep on hearing, right? It's the space by which we work. I keep wondering, like, the space by which we work to create a loving environment for each other. So I feel like that's like I don't I feel like there's something more going on under the surface in relationality to, yeah, like the hind energy, right? Like it almost feels to me like somebody's navigating that space by which they hold you energetically preciously. But I keep on getting, even in the space by which they hold you preciously, I feel like it's the conversation that occurs towards like, I I almost feel like it's somebody, like it almost feels like somebody who doesn't want to create more conflict, right? But is willing, like it almost feels like them trying to articulate and say, let me be, like they're feeling, they're like, let me be let me energetically be the source of the conflict, right? Like it's almost like the energy that feels like they're acting in some kind of shield and energy around you, right? So that's what I meant in terms of like having that conversation about how they feel. I keep on hearing maybe not a conversation about how they feel, but how they feel about how others treat you is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on hearing somebody say that you are an extension of them. I got you. Good vibes. One card, highest priority, please. Woo! Hold on a minute. I gotta go get that card. Oh my goodness. We've got the King of Wands in its transverse. Somebody wants to talk to you. We say what we mean when we mean what we say. We don't say things to get our way. We say what we mean what we say. We don't say things to get our way. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the goose energy. I feel like, it's hard because I feel like somebody could have just had an honest conversation with you, you know, but we're we, like, one of the things that can block healthy relationship is the space by which you refuse to have conversations because you don't want another person to affect your energetic choice, is what I keep on seeing, right? I keep on hearing this could have been a conversation, right? Like the modality by which another person, like the modality by which another person, like, make something unnecessarily complicated because they're afraid of giving, like, make it like afraid of giving you the context of making a choice. But I keep on hearing, but you would have been in alignment with them anyway. Like, it's ridiculous. Somebody didn't take you at face value. Hi there, Nikki. Oh, you're going to get on the list for the 50K. Absolutely, dear. One moment. Did you say it was Tuesday? Are you sure it was Tuesday? Wait, was it this Tuesday? Which day, dear? Good to see you. And thank you for sharing the live, Dada. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hold on a minute. Hi there, Sub. Yes, thank you. Sorry. No, you don't have to apologize. It's okay. I saw it, dear. Sonia, thank you. I'll try to have that talk. I appreciate you too. Yeah, I feel like I see somebody who has a real hard time with how somebody treats you. I've got some things to say, but I keep on seeing, like, I feel like they don't want to make something harder on you about it. you know? Thank you. Hi there, Julia. One card, highest priority, please, for Julia. Woo! That's not one. I got the Ace of Pentacles here with the Strength card. So I feel like I see you kind of going through an experience right now. You're not alone. You are not alone. And I think it's hard because I just keep on getting the same message. If making healthy choices is creating the space by which you feel energetically isolated, be patient, is what I keep on hearing. If making healthy choices is creating the feeling of isolation, be patient, is what I just keep on hearing. Wait, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, right. Like the modality, healthy energy celebrate. I keep hearing healthy energy celebrates your victories. Healthy energy celebrates your victories. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the wolf energy. You know, like I feel like, I don't know why, like the space by which another person says like you'll be back, instead of the energy that says I hope you win, like I hope you succeed. You know what I mean? Like the energy that does not, carry like the energy that does not carry roughness in relationality to us fulfilling our energetic purpose is what I keep on getting. So make sure that you're holding yourself gently at this time if you're going through experiences like that. Okay, one moment. Where were we? Thank you for also receiving this message, Humbled. Chrissy, one card on love, please. Nikki, let me check if I can find the date for you. Hold on a moment. One sec. Oh wait, Nikki, it was Monday. Yeah, I got it. Never mind. You're right. You were totally right. It was Tuesday. I was looking at the wrong Tuesday. Yep, I got you. You're on the list, dear. All right, please hold on anyone who hasn't put a one card in yet. But I'll continue to read the ones that were listed. And Nikki, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. Also, for anyone joining us, I've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Chrissy, 1 card on love, please. Highest priority messages. Whoop. 1 second. Oh my goodness, sorry. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's so many cards. 1 sec. Okay, there's 3. You can't miss what's for you. You can't miss what's for you. What's in alignment to you, you cannot miss. And your boundaries, keep on hearing, your standards, as long as they're energetically reasonable and shared and easily communicated, protect you from what is not for you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, right. What is ahead of you is ahead of you. It's not what's behind you. There's something really important in relationality to that, especially with this star energy here. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the water dragon. I know that can be hard, especially when there's a lot of feelings that come through. I feel like this is you. This is a lot of the work. If I keep on hearing, if you have done the work to calm the waters of your emotions, you deserve someone with the capacity to do the same. So that modality of being able to work and facilitate upon that, continue. I keep on hearing, like, let the communication inform you Um, let communication inform you as to whether someone is in the modality by which they are able to navigate their emotions in a way that can create relationship, not damage them. Yep. Hi there, creative. How are you doing today? No, I got you. I found it, Nikki. Yep. No, you weren't tripping. I found it. I apologize. I apologize for that. And creative, thank you. You did come in time for the one cards. It's my highest and best angelic. Mm. I mean, I've got the angelic around you that's helping you kind of like navigate something right now, right? Sometimes the observation that something is energetically unfair helps us, is what I keep on seeing, right? And it's interesting because I feel like you've got an angelic around you that's helping you to discern. I feel like they're helping you discern like what is something that you can like what the difference between a good note and a bad note, which is basically something that you say, yeah, that's something I could be doing better, versus being like, that's not my note. Is what I keep on hearing. Like that is a projection, which is like is somebody working through something or trying to take it out on us, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. You know what? I keep on like it's interesting because this particular um like I just keep on hearing unhealthy energy takes things out on others. And it's really difficult and painful to see. But the modality by which you recognize, I keep on hearing your words are best. A healthy, if you know that a health, like you're the type of person where anything can be fixed with a healthy conversation. If another person knows, like that's what I keep on hearing from your angelic. If you are known, like you are known for reasonable conversations, right? How unreasonable must something be that someone is asking for in the space by which they don't think that they can talk to you about it? Animal spirit guide. Well, I have to give you this one. It was coming out too. I said what I said. The energy. It's like the mic drop. It's it's like I just keep on hearing, if you're the type of person, you know, like I feel like I keep on hearing like the space. Like I don't know why I keep on hearing somebody who realizes that you are not like you are like a shock-free zone, is what I keep on hearing in relationality to conversation, right? It's like if someone realizes the fact that you are not the type of person to have unreasonable reactions to conversation. Somebody with who's not being reasonable knows that they can't speak to you about it, is what I keep on hearing. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Creative, one card, highest priority in love, please. You can't help like you like we need to build like no fickle energy in love right now, right? Like I feel like I see somebody who's like still trying to figure out what they want. It is not your responsibility. Your job in relationship should not be in the space of having to try to convince someone of all the benefits of being in one, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Don't feel like you have to be in the space by which you have to sell someone on the benefits of relationship. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like Knight of Swords, right? It's like don't like if someone doesn't recognize if you feel like you have to get in the space of explaining to someone like the benefits of being in a healthy relationship, that's usually a sign that someone's not energetically ready to be in one, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah. Yeah. We don't, our job is not to sell each other on the benefits of energetic relationship, right? It should be, I keep on hearing like your worth and value should be obvious, is what I keep on hearing. And I feel like I see some kind of modality by which you're working through that. Yep. I got you, Nikki. You're next. Yeah. Sending you support, Julia. Okay, one moment. You're welcome, Chrissy. One card for Trina, highest priority. You got somebody intervening on spirit in your behalf. They're saying let them take care of it. Animal spirit guide. Like they're like, don't worry about it. If someone's energetically provoking you, remember who you are. Like I just keep on hearing, like if there's some kind of it's not to say, like I just keep on hearing the same message. Healthy energy does not split hairs. Healthy, like when somebody, like I just keep on hearing the same message. Like when somebody's in the modality by which everything, you can try to do everything perfectly, but even in the modality by which you try to do something perfectly, they energetically split hairs. Never are they more far gone. I think you know this. Yeah. You did not, you can care about, you can put love towards it, but you can't fix that. That's within, that's why I've got spirit kind of articulating something. Like, I'm not sure what this is, but spirit saying, don't, it's not, you're not, I keep hearing it's not your responsibility to save them from themselves. I know that's energetically hard. I know it is. You did not create the conditions by which that person arrived to those choices. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Yep. Continue to do that work, dear. Thank you. Hi there, good. And sending you guys support on your journeys. You're so welcome. It's my, hi there, Jess. Thank you as well, good. All right, let's continue right now. I like that one deep breath and gym session at a time. That's good. Yep, absolutely. You're not alone. No, no, no. Yep. All right, one card, house party for Bridget, please. Ooh, I got two cantilevered. These two need to get themselves. What is this? What? Why do I see you? I feel like I see you. Tell them. You tell them. Nobody tell. You go talk to them yourself. That's what I keep on seeing. You are not the messengers. I keep on hearing. You know, I like to point this out. Energy that's in a space. Like I need to point this out. Like when energies, like you tell them. Like never are we working through. Like never are we working through energetic cowardice in the space by which you tell them. Like you go talk to them. Like again, why don't you go bring that up with that? Like it's a lot of like, you know, what is this? Yeah, high priestess in its reversal. You tell them. You tell them. Right? Like it feels like you being like like what is this? Oh man. Yeah, frog energy, right? Like it's like, you know, it's like I don't see you saying to somebody like, that sounds like a really good conversation you should have with that person. Like that seems like, right? Like that sounds like That sounds like a really good question. Like that sounds like a really good conversation you should have with that person. Yep. Healthy energy does not split hairs, clears the, I mean, but I mean, like, it's I mean, it's the modality by which we understand. I like to point this out. I think you know what I think you know what I'm talking about here, Trishina. Like the observation, like the observation that um like the observation that we energetically support each other in the best way possible, right? It's not like it's like when somebody's energetically splitting hairs, it's like the modality by which one is looking, like one is looking for a reason to be upset about something, right? Like that's what we have to work to heal from, you know? Yep. A moment, please. Thank you as well, Cher. That part, yep. Hold on a minute. Let me go back to my sending you support, dear. Yep. Ivana, I've got you. One card, please. What does highest self have for me? Wheel of Fortune. It's interesting because it has a lot to do with that reading that we did earlier. And I keep on seeing, you know, and I think it's important because like I see you, like I see you coming into your energetic purpose. And it's interesting because it like every time I read towards you, it has to do like one of the things I see that's connected to your purpose is finding productive ways of helping to energetically release anxiety is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and it's interesting because like I said, I feel like you have this tendency of holding a lot of energetic anxiety within you, and I feel like you're learning, I feel like this is you learning healthier ways of storing the anxiety or finding ways of effectively moving through. I keep on hearing like moving through the anxiety in a way that doesn't feel like it like something that informs you but doesn't feel like it has a grip on you is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the boar energy. I feel like I feel like I see, like I feel like you're doing that also in alignment with energy that feels energetically like protective towards you is what I keep on getting. Like there's something about there's something about that protectiveness that I'm seeing is like I keep on hearing like it's the protectiveness that feels like it's like the protectiveness that feels like it amplifies upon something that you're doing better, but not just that. Like I feel like this is you finding ways of communicating or having ways of like externalizing. Like I feel like this is you finding external ways to help navigate a lot of that energy that you've been carrying within is what I keep on hearing. Like this is a lot of like energetic blockage removal. Thank you for also connecting that the message, Jess. Sending you support on that journey, Bridget. Yeah, you did. You did. Oh my gosh, you actually had to say that. Let me call them for you so you can tell them. Thank you. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Sending you so much support. Yes. Yes. Okay. Absolutely. Yes, I'm healed. Melissa, one card, please. Highest priority. All right. Queen of Swords. I think that there's, I feel like, hmm, I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something important there. Um, like, don't like don't feel like you need to explain your standards to someone. If you've done the work to be able to understand like what your standards are, the observation as to whether another person is holding them is all you need to know. And I keep, yeah, you can get fortified. You're fortified by the fact that healthy standards can be expressed, right? Like healthy standards, like that's what's beautiful. Like a healthy, an open conversation about healthy standards is incredible because it's ask and you shall receive. When you're with healthy energy and you articulate that a standard is not met, watch how quickly, right? Watch how quickly that standard gets met. Like that's the thing about it. Like that's what we do for each other, right? Like that's the gift we give it to each other, right? The healthy conversation of a standard that's not being met. Watch how quickly healthy energy will work to build into that standard. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right? The mode like that's what's so beautiful. It's ask and you shall receive, right? It's the modality with our standards, which all we need to do, right? How simple it can be. That all we need to do is articulate and ask for something. And then watching how quickly, right? Watching how quickly another, like in the positive space, will leap to receive it. Watch how quickly someone who's working, who does not want to meet it, will be energetically reactive towards it, right? It's the observation of being able to identify what feels like it arrives to our standards through healthy conversation. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Thank you, Nikki. I got you. Outside tea. Honoring, hold on. Honoring traveler self. First recognition. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And Julia, thank you for getting on the list, dear. All right. I've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed if anybody else wants to get on the list. And we are holding on 1 card readings for subscribers right now. So please, if you have not asked a 1 card, please hold because we're going to get back into personals. Healthy energy, immediate response. Unhealthy, let's test you. Beautifully said, Trishina. Hi there, Minnie. We're just we had to pause 1 cards. We're doing personals again. Pumpkin, these are 1 card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'd be happy to draw a card for you, or you can get on the list for a personal reading today, and you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I know, I love the baby dragon. And thank you, Pumpkin, for the follow. Excellent. Guys, we're at 75.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. The next person we are reading for today is Nikki. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Oh, 1 moment, please. I'm just pulling up the question. Okay. Outside tea. 2 days ago, I spent time with family for Christmas at who has specifically been secretly vocal about their dislike of my partner. I kept it cool, but yesterday I spent Christmas Day with my mom, and I sort of broke down about the mistreatment of my partner and explained how much it upsets me and how their opinions are harmful. I basically called them out, and she even agreed it might be because of the differences that they aren't comfortable around him. Regardless, I think she was starting to get the fact that their behavior has been harmful to me and my relationship. I would like to know if the convo or the time together are changing opinions in my family. particularly everything I said to my mom last night. And I really let it all out. I even spoke. I even spoke about different tendencies. Did they get through to her or change perspectives? I feel I've also felt very connected to my father lately, so I presume that they may come in through as well. Can I please get 4 cards, please? 4 cards. And 2 more, please. And 1 more. Mm-hmm. The most important thing I keep on getting when I read into this is the observation of understanding the difference between dislike and energetic distaste. And this is really important because it's actually coming through directly through, this message is coming directly from spirit. Dislike is the observation of something that another does that one can articulate upon finding fault with, right? The modality by which we amplify or articulate upon the space by which one is able to identify and say, these are the things that energetically bother me about another individual. And what's beautiful, and here's the thing about it, the beautiful thing that we can do in relationality to navigating our dislike is the observation by which we can articulate to another what we would like to see that changes, that would amplify the ability to move something into the space of likability, right? When we have, and this is often why we build into the context of misunderstanding one another, right? The modality or experience by which we amplify or articulate something that we receive from another is often the space by which we work towards the space by which we heal each other of the preconceptions that we may have in the space of meeting one another. And so that is something that we often work to resolve with, like within ourselves, right? Often in the space by which another person has an energetic problem with us, right? And the modality by which we're able to express it basically purifies the relationship. That's what's so beautiful about relationship, right? Something happens, and then you effectively just amplify the fact that it happened. And then again, it's much like we just said in the last reading. Look how quickly it resolves, like, hey, that bothered me. I didn't mean to bother you. I can work on that going forward, right? It's a good note, right? Like our lives are purified through the ability to articulate to each other what energetically bothers us. And then in the process of us fixing it for each other, like, look how easy and beautiful the world becomes. What happens is often there are those who misalign dislike with distaste. And the thing is, distaste is something that we need to heal within ourselves. The context by which we see someone that we immediately build an energetic preconception towards, right? And often what happens in the space of another experiencing our distaste, it's often someone who's constantly looking for a reason to energetically dislike us, right? It's like somebody who's got, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's somebody who's got the energetic goggles on, like looking for something that then fortifies the position that they need to, and they energetically desire to have in relationality to us. And this is often what we see when somebody needs to do the work of purifying the heart space, right? The modality or the experience that allows the opportunity for something positive to occur, right? The ability to effectively allow the context of something healthy to energetically emerge versus, right? Versus those modalities or experiences by which another person almost seems to delight, right? Almost seems to delight, where they find something that they can effectively articulate is a reason for error. And you can sometimes recognize individuals or situations like that because it's the fabrication point of energetic difficulty, right? The modality by which they make things harder for those around the self, right? It's the amplification that almost feels like you're not navigating a healthy space so much as you're feeling the need to kind of like navigate through an energetic gauntlet where another person is looking for the moment or the modality by which they feel energetically satisfied because you failed to impress or effectively come into the modality of effectively like amplifying or articulating the space by which they hope that you will energetically arrive. And I feel like that is the circumstance by which you're trying to convey to another person the fact that you've created an environment where another person does not feel energetically comfortable to be themselves, specifically and particularly because they've articulated the energetic distaste that feels like it has no energetic context beyond their own energetic feeling about it. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through those modalities or experiences, the space by which you have been energetically empowered, right? Like the space by which you've been energetically empowered to explain to another how that must energetically feel. I definitely see the modality by which somebody is working to energetically resolve it, right? And I keep on getting like, especially like, I feel like, especially with this Knight of Cups, it's almost saying to me that like you've helped somebody see something about the self that they couldn't energetically see before, right? Those modalities or experiences by which one is able to effectively articulate or convey, right? I feel like it's hard because like what I'm identifying here is some type of energy, like I feel like it's some type of energy that is working, and this is what we talk about in the difference between working towards an energetic like nicety point, right? Versus like the space by which we allow for the comfortability of one another. So everything I keep on seeing in relationality to those conversations, like I feel like I see you like doing the hard work. I see you trying to do the space of helping another person build empathy into the energetic position that they're putting another person in. And I feel like in that way, like the modality by which you're doing that work is almost you effectively articulating or facilitating or acting as energetic shield, right? Having to effectively, like I almost see you kind of like having to like take like the modality of kind of like being like I've got you in some kind of like shield maiden energy, which is you potentially feeling a lot of those, like I keep wondering like another person not being able to do the work of keeping the intrusiveness of the thoughts to the self and then working to help another person fortify in relationality to what feels like it is something that can move, like what feels like it is something that should move through, right? Like the observation of something that we build into in the context of something that feels energetically supportive versus something that you're trying to like effectively, I feel like it's almost like the space by which you have to like repel it back to another person to say like that is not something that I'm going to articulate or amplify because that is something that you need to work on within the self. So I see that you're having to do that work, and I can see how it's really difficult because I feel like a lot of it is having to effectively, I feel like a lot of it is having to effectively amplify and articulate upon like what it is. Like I see you, like I feel like it's almost you like having to like navigate through a lot of circumstances that feel I keep wondering like that feel unreasonably difficult is what I keep on hearing. Like it's working through unreasonable difficulty. But I feel like a lot of that difficulty I feel like is almost like, and I feel like this, and I just want to show you these cards because I know you'll appreciate them. We've got the Wheel of Fortune here with the Knight of Swords, right? So the Wheel of Fortune with the Knight of Swords speaks to us of circumstances or experiences by which we understand and recognize that we leave ourselves energetically adaptable to changing upon something that requires adjustment, right? Like it's the modality by which we leave ourselves energetically receptive to doing like to making adjustments, right? So I see that as long as you're approaching that work in a space of being adaptable, right? If you're effectively energetically adaptable in terms of doing something that feels energetically conducive, then the space by which you navigate the viability of the energetic directions that are being brought to you, right? The amplification or the articulation of navigating another's, I keep on hearing, working through the subjectivity of another's discomfort. And I keep on hearing not all discomfiture is alike, because discomfort, right? The discomfort that we can't articulate a reason for is distaste, right? The discomfort that we can't articulate a reason for is distaste, which is often why you'll have somebody articulate the fact that they don't like someone. But in the space by which another person cannot purify the fact that they don't like someone with validated reasons as to why, often, often shows the condition by which another person needs to work through something. Whereas the modality or the experience by which we articulate and we show that to another person gives them the ability to effectively fix it, right? It allows the modality by which something positive can occur. So I feel like I just keep on seeing that a lot of that work or a lot of those efforts, like you effectively being able to amplify and articulate and show, like, I feel like that is you, like, kind of working into the space of helping another person see that. But even in the modality by which you're helping another person see that, I feel like I see a lot of those experiences or circumstances by which it's like I feel like it's the modality by which, like, it's a modality by which you're working through another person's energetic frustrations. But it's the frustration, I keep on hearing it's the frustration that helps you understand. Like, I feel like it's the frustration, and I feel like even in the space by which you have someone say, help me understand, right? Those modalities or experiences that are amplified by another person articulating upon the fact that there's something that they want to like work through better, like that is showing like what has a capacity to effectively heal, like what has those modalities or experiences that allow for the arrival of in terms of what is possible, versus those circumstances or situations by which you are working or resolving to energetically let go of. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the Lovers card, right? The like it's incredible that we have the Lovers card that is showing up there, because the Lovers card is working through the sense of energetic care that we have for one another, right? And it's the space by which we understand and articulate that the difference between the difference between another person identifying that they know what's best for us and they want what's best for us is the amplification of how much care they put to our own person, right? We don't acute the energy that we care about, right? And the accutation of energy that we care about is the space by which we don't feel we try to diminish another's energetic decisions, right? It's not the modality by which we energetically diminish one another's decisions, but the space by which we feel energetically fortified or stabilized in relationality to what it is that we're trying to do or how it is we're trying to energetically achieve something. So I keep on seeing these modalities or experiences by which another person is trying to amplify the fact that they energetically care about you. And here's the nice thing about when someone articulates the fact and they're saying, I'm trying to give you this because I care about you. It's a space by which you say, look, I understand that that might be coming from a place of love, but I'm not receiving it as love. It's causing the opposite for me. This is what you could do that would show me what love is, right? Healthy energy. When someone's giving us something that feels like it's energetically not necessary, it's beautiful because it's the arrival point, right? It's the observation by which we're able to amplify or articulate upon what it is that we're working to do better, right? Coming into that space that tells us everything we need to know in relationality to what feels energetically supportive, right? It's leaving, it's like, it's leaving the margin of error in terms of how another person is trying to help us versus what actually feels would be helpful to us. So I keep on hearing, as long as you have the energy in the space by which they're willing to have that conversation, there is a possibility by which something greater can occur. And now I keep on seeing that those modalities or those experiences by which they are energetically articulating that, I keep on seeing that that is the feeling, or those are the modalities or experiences that you're effectively building into that are helping you become that support counterpart, right? Because it's the modality, like I feel like it's like you kind of working through that experience that is helping, like it's helping another energetically determine or recognize what feels like, I keep wondering like what feels supportive versus what feels like they have to become more energetically strong in. And it's funny too, because like the energy and spirit, I almost see somebody in spirit, like somebody, like I keep on hearing like someone's lost their confidence, you know, like another person was their confidence. So I just keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing the confidant who lost their confidence, which is potentially working into the context of someone who used to like work through the space of their fear in relationality to a counterpart that's no longer there. So I feel like it's almost you having to become that energy in relationality to those experiences. You know, that was coming into the space that we articulated on the dream that we saw that you had. That was you kind of like the space by which you saw the energy of your father arriving, and then them almost like you and almost embodying the same energetic position that they were in the space of the dream, right? Like you having to effectively facilitate and navigate that situation in the way that they used to have to do it, is what I keep on seeing. Like it's almost like I feel like it's very much like you becoming closer to them by being able to energetically observe like what they have been effectively working to shield you from, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Hi there, how are you doing today, Cool Beans? And Trishina. Yeah, I like seeing the Wheel of Fortune there as well. Oh, you're sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Noodles. How are you doing today? Mm-hmm. No, I can see it. And I feel like this is you doing a lot of hard work to help another person. I feel like this is you doing a lot of hard work to help another person, like have empathy for the energetic position that they're putting another person in, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like the modality, like it's kind of requiring, I feel like it's kind of requiring you to have to be in the modality of the healthy parent, right? And I keep on getting like that the healthy parent is such that one works through something, but I keep on getting we work through something to be able to help another person do something better, right? Like it's you having a conversation with someone in relationality to the room for improvement. And I keep on hearing like the improvement articulated in the space by which they're working on doing something better, but also like not feeling the need to effectively not into the space by which one feels like one has to like the space by which another person like works through like their own internal feelings is what I keep on seeing, right? It's like I feel like it's you having to have a conversation in terms of them working through the space of learning better ways to get their feelings out in a way that doesn't feel like it energetically hurts another, right? Yeah. I know. I love that Wheel of Fortune with the I love that Wheel of Fortune with the Knight of Swords and it's upright. Well, and this is the thing we realize, like it's not it's not some discomfort is selfish and distasteful. Hi there, Phoenix. Happy holidays to you as well. I literally said that. We should try to understand each other's differences, not repel. Tap to claim, Nikki. Exactly what I said. Yes, the or. Remember the or? Absolutely. Thank you, Nikki. Excellent. Yes, you're so welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue. And Bubbles, thank you so much for the follow as well. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, we've got here, I've got Danae. Danae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Did I write that? Yeah, and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Absolutely, Ruby. Just let me know what your question is. All right. Is Danae the person who got on the list, or is my handwriting? Is my handwriting? Hi there. How are you? Okay, it's on V. Good. Thank you, dear. All right. Where I gotta pull it up. Give me a sec. Let's see. Oh, I see it there. Nope, I got it. Okay. Okay. One card, please. I feel like there's something important in relationality to having a productive conversation with another person. You know, I feel like I see you getting a lot accomplished this weekend. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the King of Wands. You know, the King of Wands, I feel like the King of Wands in that like the King of Wands in that modality is like I feel like it's almost you helping another person with planning, you know? Like it's giving me like it's giving me a lot of this I have to stress this. Like you're the type of person that um like you need energy around you that understands um that understands what a schedule is what I keep on hearing, right? Like the space by which we understand the importance of a schedule. I feel like there's something, I feel like this is like I keep on hearing your schedule protects you. Your schedule protects you from fickle energy. Yeah, that's what I keep on hearing. Your schedule protects you from fickle energy, which is the space by which I keep on hearing if another person can't make plans with you ahead of time, like don't be like don't get upset if they're reaching out to you at the last minute. Let it fortify the fact that that is an energetic connection for you. I keep on hearing your schedule protects you from fickle energy is what I keep on hearing. How are you doing today, creative? You're welcome, dear. Yep. Exactly, Nikki. Oh, I got it. It's definitely phrased in a way. Okay, okay, so thank you. It's phrased in a way for productivity. Thank you for clarification of what I was seeing there, Ruby. It feels like loud and clear energy. Oh, they did. Oh, hi, Kitty. I love that. Oh, sending you support on that journey, dear. How are you doing today, Southern? All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for right now is Danae. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay. We're doing an energetic connection. Yep, I've got Julia on the list after Danae. Thank you for confirming. And we're also at 86.4K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 100K in no time. Okay, where were we? All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Hind. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Danae here. Guys, make sure to give Danae some love. One second, please. Okay. Guidance on connection. 4 cards, please. 4 cards. 2, and 2 more, please. Wow. Sorry, we got two Knight of Wands. Both in its reversal. Oh, man. I feel like I see somebody who has a lot of issues struggling with their confidence around things. Like this is heavy. Yeah, there's something really energetically heavy here in relationality to an ability to, I feel like, I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something important about, this is someone who's been hurt before. And what's happening, or like, how do I describe this? You know, I'm identifying some kind of circumstance or situation by which and I don't know why I'm seeing it too. Like I feel like I see somebody who's like temper. Like I just keep on hearing someone who articulating upon the fact that their temper has like been some kind of energetic hurdle for them. And I keep on seeing like the space by which, like I want to describe, I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something really important by which another person tries to communicate upon something. And, you know, there's, I like to point this out. There's like temper is necessarily not a bad thing unless temper gets the better of us. And when temper gets the better of us, we sometimes like we say things um, like in the heat of a moment that we then spend the rest of our lives regretting is what I keep on seeing. I need to point this out. Like I like the there's two different types of temper. Sometimes there is a temper that fortifies, which is sometimes the modality by which we say something in a moment of anger that we suddenly hear it for the first time and we recognize and realize like the space, right? And that's why like that's often like and there's different like two different types of temper. Like the temper that purifies is the modality by which like you'll sometimes notice this, okay? There's some temper that someone sits on something and they sit on something and then they sit on something and then they sit on something and then the modality by which they can't take it anymore, they say something that is so true, that is so factual, that effectively articulates and helps another person see with clarity exactly the energetic weight of something that they've been energetically carrying, right? Like that is often considered the anger of the self that purifies because it's a modality by which we feel something so like we work through something so much that when we finally articulate upon it, we reach our energetic limitation by which we fortify and say enough of this, right? And then there's the modality of working through something that is energetically like the small energetic frustration that often like gets in the way of our own sense of communication, right? Like the modality by which we sometimes get frustrated at ourselves. And then in the modality by which we feel frustrated at ourselves, like we say something to another that we don't mean, right? And or we say something that feels like that feels I feel like we say something that feels like protective or good in the moment but that we immediately recognize is not effectively helpful. And so I sometimes I feel like I see this sometimes with someone who carries a lot of Scorpio placements. Scorpio placements. Scorpio placements. Scorpio placements sometimes have this like incredible ability and it's hard. Like I feel I have deep sympathy for someone with scorpionic placements because scorpionic placements often have the dual ability of being able to see another person's vulnerability and then in the moment when you're feeling energetically like upset you just go straight like you go straight towards the vulnerable thing because you know that it energetically protects the self. So I feel like I've seen someone that is working to resolve that tendency within them. And it's always much harder. It's always much harder for those with a lot of scorpionic placements to do this type of work, because the modality by which, like I keep on hearing, the readily available vulnerability of another, right? Like the ability to effectively see that and to work into the context of not allowing it to build into that sense of protectiveness. I feel like I see someone that is actively working on trying to get better with their words, to not be as energetically, not to be in the space by which, and I keep on hearing, it's the space by which they're working to energetically communicate upon, and I can see them saying it, like something that they said at a moment that they were feeling very vulnerable, that felt good to say, because it didn't feel good to say, but it felt like something that they said, to energetically protect themselves from something, versus what they actually energetically intended, is what I keep on seeing. I almost see someone that wants to have that type of conversation with you about something, but I feel like I keep on seeing it's something that's very hard, because there's something in relationality to that's almost like it's working into the context of their own, I keep hearing their own sense of like trying to communicate in that fashion. Yeah, bottom of the deck, Ace of Swords, Ace of Swords in its reversal. If there were, I don't know if there was a situation where there were words between you and them, I feel like there's almost it almost feels like somebody that wants to apologize to you for something, but the modality, it almost feels to me like the modality by which another person is working through, they're working through their own, I keep wondering, working through their own sensitivity. I noticed something here where someone has a deep ability to over internalize upon things, is what I keep on seeing, or some kind of experience by which they sometimes I just keep on I feel like there's something in relationality to the desire to want to kind of come into the space of explain. I feel like it's almost like this, I feel like I see somebody who wants to explain this to someone and be like, how do I even go about explaining that? Because the way you have to start explaining that, being first of all, I was really scared in that moment, is what I keep on seeing. I almost hear somebody saying, how do I apologize that, and almost somebody saying, how do I apologize to someone saying in scary moments, I feel like I see them being in scary moments, I say things that I don't energetically mean, because they feel like they energetically protect me. I almost see somebody trying to work through the apology in that fashion and being I can't say that. You know what I mean? I almost see them being I almost see them being that, how do I even explain that? And I feel like that's what's so hard about it, is I almost feel like it's almost like somebody who knows or recognizes that they owe you an explanation on something. But the modality by which they have to start by saying, well, firstly, I was scared, I can see the energy being, I was scared, being the hardest. Sometimes saying to somebody, I was scared, you'd be amazed. I was scared can sometimes be the hardest thing for someone to say, right? Because it's working through the energetic, it's working through the space by which we work through our own energetic insecurity related to the self, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like, I don't know why, if there's it feels like somebody who's deeply trying to figure out a way to apologize to you about something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me today. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list The list is open. You'll be the second person read for. I've got 2 spots left today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 93.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. Make sure you're topping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Hi there, creative. Yep, and thank you. Good day, Southern. Yep, I got Julia on the list, dear. A frog dog. Nice. Yes. To get a reading, Southern, all you do is send a donation and you'll be added to the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more for non-subscribers. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay. I love the lip gloss break. Thank you. Good. All right. Excellent. Where were we? Straight for the jugular. Luckily, with the Scorpio moon, I don't do that, but I know. But that's the thing. Those with like Scorpio placements that have it in check are like, you know, those with Scorpiona places have it in check are like, you know what I mean? Like it's like, you know, like that's a hard thing. Like, you know, don't upset a Scorpio, because a Scorpio, like when a Scorpio is going for it, like they'll they'll, you know, they'll be like, they'll drop that little out of the holster. You know what I mean? Like it's like, you know, Scorpios, like that's why Scorpios have that ability of stopping a conversation with like 2 words. Like, yeah. Yeah, if you get, Southern, you get one on this live if you get on the list. Yep. So Beep, I'm always willing to make you a recording of your reading. If you would like one, you just email me directly, and for an additional donation of 15, I can send you a recording. But you can also find these over on the place where we keep the videos. You're welcome, creative. I hope that helps. I feel like you're talking to me. Oh, thank you for being here and receiving these messages as well. All right, let's continue right now. All right, friends, the next person we're reading for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I got you, dear. All right. And I'm going to pin you up. Before we continue, though, let's go ahead and do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the horse. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Julia here. Guidance on navigating my path to highest timeline in regards to my move feeling a bit off. I got you, dear. 4 cards, please. 2, thank you, and 2 more, please. And 1 more, please. So I want you to be really, I want you to be really patient with yourself right now. Um, because I need to describe like a lot of this energy that I'm seeing around you right now with the Four of Wands in its reversal is I feel like it's a conversation related to building into um, what feels like what feels energetically stabilizing. And I want to say, like, when I read for you right now, I see you in a liminal space. And the thing with a liminal space, like when we're navigating through liminal spaces, it can often create the space by which we don't like we feel somewhat unsure in relationality to the direction that we're heading towards, right? It can be those experiences by which we articulate upon, I keep on getting like the experience by which we articulate upon what feels energetically unstable, but even in the modality by which we articulate upon the instability point, um, I just keep on recognizing that, like, that ability to effectively identify or recognize or build into the context of what feels stabilizing. I feel like this is the work that I see that you're doing in terms of building something for yourself. And I feel like like I feel like it's hard because I can see the fact that you're working through something right now that, like, I want to describe this, can often feel like you're like losing energy, like losing energetic touch in terms of what potentially feels like it was like the space by which you were feeling connected. But I need to stress this, and this is coming through from your guides. Healthy energy delights in us building things for ourselves. I just keep on hearing this message from your guides. Healthy energy sees us building something for ourselves. And the response that they should have is yay, right? It's the excitement by which another person energetically navigates that sense or that space of creating something. And I feel like it's difficult right now because I can almost see a modality by which, like, and I just keep on hearing the same message, the experience of another like creating something for themselves, like that is often, like, that effectively conveys to us that feeling of delight or excitement that we often express in relationality to what it is that, like, I keep on hearing, like, what it is that we're doing, right? It's like it's the energy, like I keep on hearing, it's the energy that should effectively, like, it throws, like one throws one's doors open in the sense of rejoicing is what I keep on getting. And so I keep on getting, if you're in the process, like if you're in the process of building something, an energy I keep on hearing is an energy is cloistering in the same modality, right? If you're in the process of building something, an energy instead of celebrating is energetically cloistering, right? Like the modality or the experience by which they work through something in such a way that it feels almost like it's like you feel like the unwelcoming environment. Allow that to inform me. Like let that be information that you carry with you, right? Let that be information that you carry with you. Because something I keep on seeing, like I feel like I see like a lot of this Two of Wands energy. I almost see you like I see you on like the energetic precipice, right? Like I see you on the energetic precipice of some type of expansion moment. And I feel like I feel like it's almost the modality or experience by which like, I feel like it's almost like the guides looking at something and being like, it didn't have to be this way. You know? Like it's almost like I feel like there's some type of energy there of you almost looking at somebody. Like I feel like there's like some kind of healing that's happening. And I want to point this out. The sound that we often have in relationality to healing from karma is it didn't have to be this way, right? Like the modality by which we experience something, and like the guides are there to support us and say it doesn't have to be that way because you're effectively breaking an energetic cycle, right? Like that's the sound that you hear, right? Like that's the sound that you hear that feels so heavy because it's the modality of experience. Like, and I just keep on hearing like the guides articulating upon like your ability of like being energetically adaptable, right? Like that gift of adaptability that you're effectively giving. Like, I feel like I keep on seeing a situation. Like, I don't know why I'm reading for this, but like I see a situation where like, you know, like we stand and we get slapped and we get back up again and then we get slapped again and then we stand get up back up again and we get slapped again. I like to point out that there's sometimes these modalities where a guide reaches in and grabs that hand and says, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Because I keep on seeing like your own force of intention. Like I keep wondering, don't let it change you. Don't let it change you. Because, I feel I feel like I see some kind of experience that you're healing from. That almost like it's like I keep on hearing like a lot of that energetic weight in terms of understanding that. And I feel like I hear this too, like especially with this Two of Wands is coming through, right? Why would you have to choose when you could have everything, right? Like, don't let somebody create the false sense of choice there in the midst of you trying to do something that is. I keep on hearing like that is something like beyond like their own sense of understanding, like you will be trying to do something in a great way, and somebody with a closed heart will only see it in the context of choices. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, man, especially with the Lover's card, bottom of the deck, like that's what I mean. Like that's what's so hard. Like we talk about like it's not. Here's the thing, it's not that all karma is bad, but often the space that we sometimes carry the wounds of karma we've healed is the modality by which we look at something and say it didn't have to be that way, right? It feels it's the weight of something that feels like completely hurtful and unnecessary, right? Like that is the type like that is. I keep on hearing like if you're going through a modality or experience by which like you feel that, right? Like I feel like, and I keep on getting this, like the force of intention by which you try to do something out of an energetic space of compassion, that compassion that compassion is never lost. Like that compassion is always energetically observed. I keep on hearing, don't, don't let another person like working their dispassion out on you affect your energetic passion is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on getting that I feel like I keep on getting this too, like, and I think that you even articulated it. Like there's something in relationality to you there's something in relationality to you being able to, like, I keep wondering, not only work through something, but I keep on hearing having the compassion in your own heart not to take it personally, right? Like to recognize the difference between someone working an internal issue out on you versus something that you could be doing differently. You know, like that is how great your love is for things. So let that energetically fortify you as you're continuing to do it. Because I keep on seeing this too. Like it's hard because I feel like I see you. Like the card isn't out here. But like I feel like it's almost requiring you to have to like go into like hermit mode to a certain extent. But I keep on seeing like that hermit mode that I see that you're navigating is almost the space by which I feel like I identify and recognize that um, like you understand that you're creating new ground for yourself, and that is a gift. I keep wondering, that is a gift not only to you but to everybody you energetically care about. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Julia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We also got to 100K. Thank you guys so much for helping us get there. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right. Very much in a liminal space. Extremely difficult. Yeah, it's like solo traveling up Mount Everest and trusting I'll get to the top with the tools I have. Yep, I'm right there. I can feel it. I don't want to be held back. Like a mother bear protecting her purpose ferociously. I love that. It didn't have to be this way. So true. It truly didn't have to be this way. There were so many opportunities. That's exactly how it feels, tearing up. Exactly, when you can have it. Exactly. Some people can't look past their own perspective or ego and don't see the problem. And that's the thing. Like I feel like I see some kind of modality in that reading where you're having to contend with a lot of that right now. Lindsay, thank you so much for getting on the list today. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Yes. We both have had, yeah, you both had the lovers on the bottom, completely unnecessary. Yeah, they view it as selfish while I've been climbing out of the mud and doing what my heart guides me to do. But that's what I keep on seeing. It's not, if there's something that you're doing to create something of abundance for yourself, like identify how that is a selfish choice. You know, like that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to you having to navigate. Like I almost feel like it's somebody articulating, like somebody misappropriating like the word selfish. Like selfish is something that one does without like conscious consideration for those around the self, right? Like that's what selfishness is. Aspiring for something is not selfish. That's something that is supportive to all those that are around the self. You know? Yeah, sending you so much support on that journey, Julia. Yeah, hermit mode. Nothing can come in. It disturbs my peace. It costs too much. Well, and I feel like here's the thing about it, it's not always going to be that way, right? It's not going to be that way. And it's not going to be, I feel like this is the work that you're doing to assure that it won't be as you continue forward. Hi there, Lindsay. How are you doing today? Yep, I got you, dear. Yep. When I thrive, when they thrive. Exactly. Like a rising tide raises all ships. Exactly. Sending you so much support, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Lindsay. Lindsay, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. How are you doing today, Aline? Happy Christmas. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Philip. All right. I got you, dear. All right. And we've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. So if anybody would like that, please go ahead and send your donation, and then the list will be closed for today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. All right. Oh, I have to do that. Yeah, I have to do the 100K. I forgot. Thank you, good vibes. I appreciate you. It might be self-focused, but we aren't also focused in our. I mean, centered in self is not the same as self-centered. It's not. All right, let's continue. Okay, I've got you. We're gonna do it. We're doing a love reading for Lindsay, but before we continue, let's do that giveaway. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 29. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. Oh, good vibes. You got it twice? Are you kidding? Yep, that's what happened. Good vibes got it twice. You're on a roll today, dear. Congratulations. You got 2 readings. All right, we'll do that again if we get to 150K. Thank you guys for participating. That's wild. That's never happened before. I decided I would, and I did. Oh, it was 3. Oh, that was crazy. All right, let's continue right now. All right. The next person we're reading for today, and we do have one more spot today if anybody else would like to get on the list. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Oh, man. All right, let's continue. And one more spot, and we're doing a love reading right now. Hold on, let me just pull it up for Lindsay. Where'd it go? I got you guys. I'm going to pin up Lindsay here. Make sure to give Lindsay some love. But before we do so, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We can count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cat. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And where's Lindsay? Hold on a moment. Oop, hold on. Okay. Update on love. 3 cards, please. So I feel like I'm identifying something really, it feels like there's something there that is, I keep on hearing the same message coming through in the space of love, which is a healthy manifestation goal is one that can be mutually shared, right? It's the observation of something that we energetically want that is something that we want for another person as well. And I feel like it's really hard because I feel like I see some kind of circumstances or situations by which you're having a hard time finding energy as generous as you are. Like that's like it's like I feel like I've got some kind of situation. Like I keep on hearing like generosity check. Like I feel like especially in the context of love, you know? Like I feel like I see you kind of working into like I feel like I see you working into the space of trying to articulate to another person like what your energetic vision is. And so I almost see you kind of like navigating that circumstance or situation by which you're articulating to another person like what your aspirational like relationship is. And I just keep on seeing like I keep on seeing some kind of energy around you that's you know there like everything's like everything's fine until like the but it's like it's like you can't be in connection like you can't be in connection with someone that isn't ready to let go of past trauma is what I keep on getting, you know? Like and it is like it's almost like it's giving me this like it's giving me some kind of space by which and I feel like I see you um like and I want to bring this forth because this has been coming through a lot um like the last few days. It's really easy for someone to talk about their dream, right? It's really easy to be able to talk about the dream that they desire to manifest with another person in relationality to a relationship. But it's not enough. Like it's not enough to have a dream. You have to be resilient in the space of the dream, right? You have to work towards the energetic resiliency by which we amplify and articulate upon something in such a way that we're then effectively able to identify or recognize um, like what it feels like as we continue to effectively move towards it. And so I feel like I see you having to effectively energetically facilitate that healing, right? Because it's often the energy that like it's often the energy that talks a lot, right? It's like a lot of energy that talks a lot about what they energetically aspire for, but then they get mad because they're like, oh yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Being like, yeah, well, you don't see it anywhere, but are you embodying it, right? Like, are you working towards the space by which you yourself are trying to energetically navigate? And I feel like there's something important that's happening there because I see you like and I want to keep on like in relationality to love right now. I feel like there's something very it feels like there's something very significant and important about helping like And I want to stress this, like the gift that we give each other in relationality to our own ability of articulating upon our manifestation goals is it says to me, like, I almost see you like having a conversation with another person in terms of what they are, but not just what they are. Um, like almost like the appreciation point in terms of like how they themselves have worked to change something. And I keep on getting this. Like this feels really like it feels really important because I feel like I see you like working into the context of healing from the need to energetically compare yourself to anyone is what I keep on getting. And I feel like it's so hard because like I literally see a situation by which you and another person are starting to build into relationship, and all of these traumas and all of these wounds are coming up. All of these modalities by which you're recalling experiences in the past that you didn't necessarily make. And I want you to remember this right now, especially if you're moving into new partnership. Um, the modality by which we experience something that feels like something from the past, we often feel energetically triggered, right? To pull back or to effectively identify, like working into the space by which we feel that sense of harm. But that same, like I feel like you and another person working through the fact that as you're working towards your joy, you're going to trigger each other, right? You're going to have those moments that you feel energetically triggered. But every time you navigate a trigger without a without a consequence on the other side, right? I keep on hearing in healthy partnership, honesty is a gift. And honesty never comes with consequences, right? The space by which we feel energetically open to articulate upon what we feel for one another. Like I almost see this modality and experience by which you're building into healthy relationship. And I keep on seeing like the modality by which you have to say to each other, um, like remember that it's going to be triggering. Like you and another person have got a lot of trauma. Like I keep wondering, you've got a lot of trauma, particularly in relationality to pathwork of honesty, right? Like the modality by which you are working towards honesty, but not just, I keep wondering, not just honesty, but the honesty that we express to one another in relationality to like holding each other in a supportive way. I feel like there's a lot of work that's going to be healed there. And I think that even in the context of doing so, um, like I feel like it's letting another person have the opportunity to show you that, like the opportunity to effectively show you that that like and this is the thing about it, like it's like it's really like an amplification point in terms of like you and another person like healing in like a major way. But the observation of saying to another person like, you know, like the space by which we hold on, like the space by which we hold something is the space by which we energetically support each other, not the space by which we constantly, I keep on hearing, like, not the space by which we constantly feel, um, like, and this is like the type of trauma that I see that you're carrying, you know, like there, I feel like there's none of that, like it shouldn't feel like, I feel like it's like you and another person healing from the fact that vulnerability is a gift. It's not that feeling of like one-upsmanship in relationality to having someone be vulnerable to each other. is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like especially with the strength card, you know? And I feel like there's something in relationality to that that I see, like you and another person being able, I keep on hearing like being able to like honor each other's honesty and allow the energetic honesty to effectively fortify the energetic directions that you're moving towards. Because I feel like there's something, like I keep on getting this here, like the ability the ability to effectively navigate or have an honest conversation. I keep on getting like that is the gift. Like I see you and another person like articulating upon the gift that we have to each other in terms of being honest. And I keep on getting that like a lot of that honesty that we're seeing there is like finding like finding the strength to like I keep wondering finding the strength to like hold each other in each other's honesty, but even in the face of navigating that honesty, feeling that sense of feeling that sense of determination towards how one is effectively working on doing something better or what one is trying to energetically let go of. And I need to stress this because I do feel like the most important thing that I'm observing, and I keep on hearing like this is something to keep in mind in terms of relationship. Everything everything is possible so long as the manifestation goal is mutual, right? Like don't don't allow the context of don't allow the context of external circumstances to affect long-term direction is what I keep on seeing because I feel like I feel like there's something really important there that's occurring, particularly and especially like as it relates to I keep on hearing like like I keep on getting like the conflict that we have that is important is I don't know if there's a location issue between you and another person because I feel like there's something really important that's happening right now in relationality to locationality. And I keep on seeing like even in the context by which we navigate locational issues, like there's something to be said about not allowing a locational in like issue to like confound a heart issue, which is the observation of understanding that there are many different ways to energetically resolve through something. It like so long as the long term, like I keep wondering, like so long as the long term aspiration is the same. So I feel like there's and this might be a modality if you're working to if there's something here where there's too much sensitivity that's coming up, it's okay to get outside support for it, is what I keep on seeing. You know, because I almost see like there's some kind of proximity that's happening right now between you and another in terms of like navigating a situation, like making sure outside, like, making sure that that feeling of working through it isn't isn't changing or affecting like the way especially where you're healing versus where they're healing because that's I don't know why I keep on reading some kind of like locational issue that's coming up here or how one chooses like how one feels about something is what I keep on seeing too. But I feel like that's one of the things that I want to articulate upon, really important here, because especially with this like strength energy, you know, like the strength energy is almost like it's working through. Like I feel like I almost see you and another person talking about like what you're good at, but also being very, very aware of like, you know, sometimes the only things that we can't heal from are modalities by which we don't feel like we're allowing ourselves the ability to talk through it, is what I keep on getting. Like hard conversations are good conversations because they allow us to be able to effectively identify what's on the other side of them. So making sure someone doesn't have a tendency of moving away from things when they start feeling conflict, but being able to find the presence of self to be able to stand within something uncomfortable, to be able to talk through it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lindsay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you so much. Taking a moment. Yep. I can't get the animal cards. I can get the numbers today. Yes. Dragon's positioning are similar to the cat. That's a good point. Hi there, Blue Virgo. Welcome. And Yulia, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Carter. Thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Lindsay, my husband and I have had irreconcilable differences of conflict for a month about honesty. Thank you for confirming. I've been saying to fix the issue would take years of therapy to resolve, and he still wants to try. I don't think he understands my needs when I clearly define them. Thank you for confirming. Like, I keep on seeing like the modality. We live in different countries. Thank you. We live in different countries, and he wants to visit to try to work it out in person. Thank you. I haven't seen him really make any progress in holding himself accountable. Yeah, there's so much love, but he does avoid conflict. I mean, I can see it here, Lindsay, and I feel like, you know, I feel like there's something about, like, I feel like there needs to be a conversation about what those long-term plans are, is what I keep on seeing. Because I just keep on like I feel like I see you and another person like working, like this is you and this is them. But like look at all of this between you both, right? Like that's what's so difficult there. Like it's working through like I feel like it's you and another person like navigating a lot of responsibility. And I keep wondering, not allowing the outside responsibility to interfere with the energetic connection is forged by being energetically open to one another, is what I keep on seeing. So I would definitely articulate that if somebody, like, I almost feel like I don't, like, it feels to me like it's almost like the space, like, I almost see a situation here where it doesn't feel like someone's not trying to be honest, but it's like they don't want to put something, they don't want to, like, I feel like it's them worrying about, like, not wanting to, like I see you having to say to somebody, like, I would rather have the hard conversation than you feel like you're trying to energetically protect me from it, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me and sending you support on that journey. All right, we've got one more spot available today. If anybody would like to take that spot, you will have a reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through. As you're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. Abby, I'm happy to read for you on that. These are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, I'll be happy to read for you. Also, a final call right now for anybody who is a subscriber who has not had a card pulled today. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. And just a reminder to anybody who became a subscriber today, welcome. If you became a subscriber, I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only disco channel. If you would like access to that channel, all you need to do, there is an orange icon at the bottom of the screen. Activating that icon, hitting that icon, you can send a direct message to me. Message me with a disco GIF and I'll be happy to send you an invite to the disco. If you are interested in the disco channel, you'll also find a special coupon code for our tarot class program. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the World card, And if you are not a subscriber who would like access a class, a coupon code to that class, message me the word class. Now, the coupon code you get won't be as big as the one that those who are subscribers receive, but there's still one available. If you're also interested in learning more about the trip that we have scheduled for August, message me the word trip as well, and I'll be happy to send you that information. How you doing today, Yaz? And you're so welcome, Lindsay. Esteban, one card on the new energy with them. Well, this, you know what? It's interesting. Like the Knight of Swords was out. So I do feel like it's energetically genuine. But the thing is, like, especially with the Page of Wands, like, I feel like I feel like there's something important there about someone kind of like working through like inner child healing and not taking that inner child healing out on others. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the hind energy, like woof, like this is like I just like I did you see I feel like there's this tendency here, like I need to stress this, like the observation, like the thing that we need to heal from is the observation of we never articulate upon the fact that we did something because we were hurting. Because when we articulate that we do something from a place of hurt, we become the most sensitive individuals possible, right? Like that modality or experience of like I see somebody, that's genuinely working through like the observation of a maturation site process. But I keep on getting to like I feel like it's almost like it almost says to me it's like the energy that it's almost saying like make sure that they're articulating upon like make wherever you left the conversation before, pick it back up where you left off is what I keep on seeing, right? No sweeping something under the rug because you're going to trip over it later is what I keep on getting. Yeah, Minnie, one card on what's incoming for January, please. We've got the Queen of Pentacles. So I feel like this is saying to me that there's something positive coming in terms of like building into some kind of feeling of energetic stabilization, especially with the Strength card. This almost says to me like good news, potentially or particularly in the space of in the space of the self. Animal spirit guide, frog. So I feel like this is you. Like I don't know if this is you, like working on a lot of different things right now, but I see you being very energetically adaptable, but not just adaptable, but like being patient with yourself. Like it's saying to me like continue to be patient and to persevere because I feel like it's going to pay off in some way. Yeah, as one card, highest priority, please. We've got the Seven of Wands in its reversal. So I feel like this is you working towards the space of, I feel like this is you allowing the context of rest into some experience. Yeah, a Strength card in its reversal. Like working into the space of something that feels energetically stable and supportive. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the bee. I feel like there's something important there in terms of building into like healthy relationship, but healthy relationship that appreciates prioritizing the peace that you've created for yourself and holds that peace as a priority. Nikki, one card, highest priority, please. Compassion with standards, right? Like having empathy, but like again, like the nice thing with empathy is our empathy has a limitation point, right? Like it's working through the healthy limitation in relationality to like I keep on hearing like not our empathy and overdrive, particularly and especially animal spirit guide. Yeah, with the horse energy, right? Like I keep on getting like the modality by which like I keep on hearing the modality by which we help each other, that but to a limit is what I keep on seeing, like helping another understand, like like effectively reaching your energetic limit upon something is what I keep on seeing. I got you, BB. One card, highest priority, please. Yeah, the strength card, right? I feel like this is, I feel like, I don't know why if this is a hard time of year for you. Like, I feel like there's something about, um, like, honor yourself and honor your journey. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Emperor energy, you know? Um, like, all you can do is everything you can do. Make sure that you're not being too hard on yourself right now. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the boar energy. Um, make sure that you're also communicating upon your feelings. And I keep on hearing, remember, healthy feelings are gifts as long as we have directions attached to them, right? Like the modality of being able to have a conversation on our emotions that allows for something productive to occur, you know? Like you don't have to carry that self. You don't have to white knuckle through something. It's the space by which you can articulate. Like it's the space by which you can articulate to another, but not even the space by which you can articulate to another. Like like I keep on hearing like what is something that feels like it's moving productive versus like what hurts too much is what I keep on seeing, right? Like that's important. Like make sure you're not bearing something. Make sure you're not saying you're okay with something, but actually you feel like you're bearing it is what I keep on getting. Oh, excellent, Minnie. You're welcome. I love that. You're welcome, Yaz. Hold on, you were right, Nikki. I'm gonna give you another one. Yeah, the five of cups in its reversal, right? I keep on hearing, don't match energy, be educational. Bottom of the deck, yeah, Knight of Cups, right? Don't be reactive, be informative, right? Be informational in relationality to how you're expressing, like the modality by which you're articulating or expressing, right? Like helping, like the energy that cares about us wants to understand how we're feeling. You're so welcome, dear. All right, my friends, final call for any of my subscribers who have not had cards today. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 6 a.m., 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile, activate the bell there. That bell will turn on notifications. If you just became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Disco channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code just for my super fans that'll give you a discount to the Tarot class subscription program. If you are interested in learning more about the classes and are not a subscriber, message me the word class. And if you're interested in learning more about the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.